include our paper in this conference. It has been a really great opportunity to present this paper in front of our audience today. My name is Sheldon Lee. I'm currently at LSE as assistant professor. The paper I'm presenting today is about using a machine learning, a deep learning approach to understand how the coupling of image and the text affect consumer choice. And this is a joint work with Jingsun Cao at Hong Kong University and Linling Zhang at SIPS. And they are also here today, and they will help me to answer the questions on the chat board. Okay, now let me make it larger. Oh, can't. Okay, now here we go. So let me first give you a brief introduction about the context we focus on in our study. Firms today increasingly use both images and text to display products and also communicate with their customers. So this is one of the examples. This is a reading app. It's providing both the book covers and the short summary of the book content to help the users to select books to read. And this is also our context because it's very small when I present you this interface of the app. So I also zoomed in on the two books to give you some idea about the content provided. And this is definitely, as here we can see, this is about image and text is a reading app, but this is definitely not a very unique phenomenon. So for example, for Netflix, we see that they provide the episode the covers and also a short storyline introduction to engage their customers on their entertaining products. And for social networks like Facebook and Twitters, they increasingly to include the images along with their posts. So we see firms do this all the time. But when we ask ourselves about this question on how should firms pair the images and text information, we do not actually seem to have a good answer. So do those pairs, the information conveyed through the pairs should be the same? Or it can be very different? What will happen if they're very different? So we still don't have an answer. And when in practice, when we look at the firms, they often rely on heuristic considerations or they run A/B testing to answer these questions. Now let's look at how the literature answered this question. When we look at the previous literature, we find out that the images and texts are largely examined independently so far. And let me quickly summarize what we have learned from the past literature. So marketing research have long been paid attention to how the unstructured information will affect consumer choice and the brand perception. On the text side, there are multiple methods have been adopted to analyze in terms of semantic information and the content information. And the method including both entity extraction and topic extraction and the relation extraction. On the evolving stream of the work on images, we find that including the images, especially the high quality ones, can actually boost consumer perceptions on the products. Several very important features have been identified from the previous literature, including both the aesthetic type of information, including colorfulness, color compositions, the surface size, and so on and so forth, and also the content type of features. For instance, including human faces in the images. And most recently, we see machine learning techniques have been used to detect relevant features in a more automatic manner. And when we look at these two, although both streams of work are actually very fruitful and insightful, these two streams of work, these two types of information have always been examined independently. And the interplay between these two are largely left out. And when we look at this question, we find out a more recent literature stream of work actually focusing on this type of question. For example, Lee and Xie 2020 paper, they conducted a large scale image analysis on both the Twitters and Instagram and look at how the picture's relevance affects the engagement of their customers in UGC context. And Due et al. 2021 paper also examines the interplay between the brand design, brand logo design, and also the brand identity. So although both work takes very different perspectives, they both confirm the one thing, that understanding the interplay between image and text relationship and how that will affect product choice is actually very important. So we would like to also build on this literature to understand how this semantic information conveyed from image and text can be measured and how that will affect consumer choice. And this—
Sorry to interrupt. The slide still stays at the number 2 slide. Is that what your intention, or you are already talking about literature slide?
A literature slide. So it's not.
It's not. It still shows. I think the multimedia stimuli in product description.
Oh, let me try it again. Thank you for letting me know. Is it better?
Yes. Yes. This is right. This is a literature slide. Yes.
Sorry for that. Okay, now let me see whether I can move my literature. Okay. So so this is our research question, and then the semantic relationship between the information conveyed through image and text, we define it as image-text congruence in our paper. So specifically, we ask 2 research questions in this study. One is, how does this image-text congruence affect consumer choice? Do those 2 information have to convey very similar information, or what will happen if they're very different? And 2, we would also like to move one step further to see, to explore possible explanations for these effects. So these are our research questions. Now let's move on to our data. Our data comes from a leading platforms in China that providing extracurricular reading materials to young customers. These children are between 6 to 16 years old. And this platform is a mobile app that provides 2 types of reading materials, the ebooks and audiobooks. And how they grant the access to their members is the users pay an annual membership fee. As you can see, that will be the parents paying for the annual membership fee. And then the kids, once they paid for it, the kids get full access to all kinds of materials on this platform. So we tracked almost 16,000 unique paid users over a 7 months period of time. And to make it clean, we only focus on the paid users that first subscribed during this period of time. Excuse me. And then we structured our data in a individual consumer journey formats. A consumer journey, or say a session in our paper, is defined as it starts with a person starts to browse the website or the platform, and ends when the person finds a book to read. So make the decision and start to consume the book. Or she or he did not find any book to read and stay inactive for at least 20 minutes. And the cutoff point of 20 minutes, we follow the previous convention. And then based on that, you will see that our members, the paid users, stay in our platforms on average for around 4 months. We observe around 9 sessions of each person. And then audiobooks are a little bit more popular, naturally, right? So for all the sessions on average, each session lasts around 16 minutes. So this is our data. Because our users are young customers, right? They are children. So our first question here is to see, are they decision makers in reading materials, or the parents actually make decisions for them? So I asked the firm, and they conducted their survey among their parents, and then find out that the parents pay for the annual membership fee, and then the children are decision makers in terms of which material to read. And we also took a look at the usage patterns across day, we find out that the usage of this app peak around the lunchtime and then the dinner time. So basically, those two periods of time are the parents busy preparing for meals and also doing housework in China. So the kind of consistent with the story we heard from the firm. Okay, so now based on our research question, we would like to measure these congruence levels and then examine the effect on from the congruence levels on the consumer choice. So the first task for us to do is to generate a measure on the image text congruence. As you can see immediately, it is very challenging because image and text, they belong to very different modalities. And then they cannot be compared directly in the meaningful way. So how we do that is we follow a two-branch neural network framework. We first do image embedding and text embedding for the pairs of the book covers and then the short summaries. For image embedding, we follow wide ResNet 52 method. And for text embedding, we use BERT. So after this step, we generated two vectors for images and text respectively. And now we can still not compare these two directly, right? So to compare apples with apples, what we do is we add an extra layer, which we call fully connected layer. There, we want to transform these two into the same modality and make sure it's able to compare these two. So what we did specifically is we set up a function that transforms these two embedded vectors to the common dimension, and then also measures the similarity between these two at the same time. And this function will be estimated based on a supervised learning method against a human labeling ground truth, which I will introduce in a bit. And then after this whole process, after this process converges, this function will generate a measure for our predicted congruence. So this is our framework. Now let's take a look at how exactly we have this human labeling and supervised learning done. So this is the interface we use for to show our annotators. This is we randomly selected 2,000 pairs of book covers and the short book summaries to these annotators, and they will rate their subjective congruence levels between 0 and 10. And then we use 1,008 among these 2,000 pairs as our training sample and the rest as our test sample. So this is how we follow this framework to get our predicted congruence level. Because our congruence measure is a cosine similarity at the end of the day, so the numbers, the results will be between 0 and 1. So let me first show you several examples to give you some sense on how the measures will show us in this data set. So here is the table. On the first column shows you the book covers in images. The second column shows you the text, which is the book summary, right? The very short summary in textual message. And then the third column shows you our congruence measure. The first one, as you can see, is a white scarf floating on the wind with a sunset, a beautiful sea, and with stars floating, right? So the book is about how a kid whose name is Dudu refused to nap. So as you can see, the congruence level is very low, and in our data set, so in our measures, it is also very low. It's 0.1. And then the third one, as you can see, is about the story of school's elephant. And you can see immediately that's the story is about. Right? So, and then our congruence measure is around the 0.74, which is very high. This is just to give you some sense about how this distribution of the congruence get together with the pairs of image and text. we also, after this, we also compared our method to some method we can think of if we only based on the previous method used in the literature, and then compared with two benchmark methods. Both benchmark methods are based on the Google API based method. So the first one is when we compare the image and text, we can use Google API to extract the labels identifiable from these pictures, and then directly run a correlation between that extracted labels with the text message. And there, if we compare with the human annotations results, we see the correlation is 0.35, which is not good. And then the second benchmark is we add a supervised learning on top of it, which will indeed, which definitely improved the performance, but still not that good. And our approach have so far outperformed these two benchmarks in terms of how similar that is with the human annotations.
Shall actually I have a quick question. Can we go back to the previous slide?
This one?
Yeah, so for the last one, I mean, elephant, it probably, you can do the feature extraction by, the long, so that's kind of unique. But the first picture, what would be the congruent text? I can't even imagine like what would be the appropriate text that your algorithm will be able to give you a high congruency measure.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on this question?
So the text is not, congruent with the first image, but what would be the right text that will give you a high congruency? Because that image is from one of your books, right? So what would be the right text? It's just kind of hard to imagine. If it's like elephant, yes, the feature extraction is easier. But if it's like that kind of generic illustration, are we really, capturing the corresponding text, or are we kind of capturing the background color that is congruent? You know what I mean?
Yes, I think, let me try to answer your question in two steps. So the first step is, I think it's easier to think the other way around. So we look at this book, it's about a person, the kid called Dudu who refused to nap. So you can think about what kind of book covers can deliver the information. That's be easier in this case for you to think of what is the congruence level. So maybe a kid that refused to standing there and crying without to refuse to go to nap. If that helps to imagine what the congruence is about. And then the other thing is what kind of, I think your question, the second question is about what kind of features should be extracted from this image that can convey this, that can help you to identify this congruence. Is that your question? So I think that's a good question.
I think TI is saying, what kind of text would make it congruent? So TI, a starry night, colorful sky would make the thing congruent, I think.
Or the 100,000 question series, Origin of Life, that will fit into. You know what I mean? So if it's an elephant, I can see that, but the first picture,
colorful starry sky would make this congruent.
Or Origin of Life. I mean, the second description would fit to the first picture too. So that's why I was like, what are we exactly capturing? Even as a respondent, if you give me the first picture and the second text, are they congruent? I don't know.
Right. So I think the annotators also feel the same. So they feel like, I think the congruence level is very low. That's why they have it. But also I want to point out that the correlation between our annotators ratings actually, the correlation is very high. So we do not have, we do not see some pictures that have really high ratings and also very low ratings at the same time. We didn't find out that in our sample. But as you can, I think as Nanda suggested, if it's about, I don't know, the flowing scarf on the beautiful sea or beautiful sunset with the stars on the sea, that's going to be a little bit more congruent.
Shaolin, can I ask a question? Why is congruence the correct metric? Sometimes my understanding is the visual attracts attention and the text will try to persuade the, so without attention, you can't persuade. So maybe they have two different roles to play, and why should we think that congruence is always necessary?
It's a very good question. So to examine the congruence, we also consider some other information conveyed or some other features that could attract attention. For example, for this one, as you mentioned, it could be attention attraction. It could be the brightness of the picture. It could be the colorfulness of it, or it could be how stand out different colored patterns. It could be different items. We actually control all of that. What we want to see is other than what conveyed through the image itself, and what also other than the information conveyed through the text, there is still part left out. It's between the interplay between the information conveyed through the image and text. And later on, when I show you the mechanism, you will see that actually very consistent with your conjecture right now, the attention does play a very important role, and that attention is drawn, the attention we pay attention to is drawn or evoked by how you feel between the image and text, not by one of them independently.
Okay.
I did that clear. But yeah.
I have a related question, because you could have sort of images that aren't congruent with the text because they were randomly chosen and you just stick some random picture with the text, or because it's sort of a higher level, congruence level that can't be measured by these types of approaches. So when I look at this first example, this looks like a beautiful dreamscape with a whale flying in the clouds. It's offering the promise of what this kid could get if they would only nap. So the text is not a description of the picture like it is in your third example, but there's clearly a tie between that first image and the text, and it doesn't seem like you can capture that. So should we take your results as sort of incongruent image effects when there still is some connection that we're not measuring? Or would you generalize this to just any time you have text and images that aren't congruent with each other?
That's a very good question. I think it will become clear when I talking about these mechanisms. But here, what I can tell you is, so for example, the image. First of all, it is true that there might be some deep connections between these two. If you have to think about that way, they should be connected, right? But at the same time, you realize that when you think about the school of elephants, you see that immediately. But when you see the doo-doo refuse the nap and the cities one, the first side, as you said, by the first side, you feel that it's not that congruent. But if you think about it, there is deep connection between these two, and that increase your elaboration of the information, right? So there is still a connection, and that is actually indeed our one of our mechanisms that lead to our results. And then later on, you will see that it's not always, well, I'm linking it right now, but it's not always a bad idea to have something like this. Yeah, and okay. Okay, so now that
yeah, may I have a follow-up? Yeah, I think, or maybe I don't know whether it's feasible, or maybe I think it's basically talking about congruence. This measure may be vary in different dimensions. I don't know how the human, when they read these pictures, how they understand these words. But basically, it might be that if it's one story, it reflects what happens in this. Like this can be one congruence, or it might be more like some deep sauce, like some connections, imaginations. That can be another congruence. Or maybe another way you can try is to define this congruence in a more detailed way, so that for example, if I as a human, when I read this, so that we are understanding on the same basis. That one I think maybe can help you to further elaborate on this.
Very good idea, and that's actually what we did for our mechanism and examination. So we actually find out that there are there are two. So based on the previous literature, there are two different drivers we will see very soon, and those two different drivers could actually go to different dimensions, and that explains how the Brian's question. So answered Brian's question partially on why, when you see two different types of questions, that two different types of information that can evoke you to elaborate the information, and when you see the school of elephants, that goes really smoothly and how that will affect people's decision. Just hold on for 1 minute, several minutes. I'll see that. Okay, so now that we have this image text congruence measured, we would like to take a look at how that what is the correlation between the congruence measure and the consumption instances we observe in our data. So here we, based on the measure, because it's between 0 and 1, we actually reassign our products into 9 buckets, 9 segments based on the congruence level. And then we look at the average consumption instances for each segment. And we find out a very interesting pattern here. For when the congruence level is very low or very high, and especially is very low, it's more likely people choose this book, right? So when this incongruence level in our measure is in the middle, is actually the least likely the book will be chosen. So we understand that this is only model-free evidence, that there's many variables that haven't been controlled, but at least it tells us that the congruence measure we have enters the decision-making process in a rather complex method, right? So how we examine it for the first time, for the first step is to look at this consumer choice model, and we have our congruence measure enters the model in both a linear method, a linear and also quadratic formats. To avoid the collinearity, the congruence measure in this model is mean-centered. So to capture the heterogeneity among both the products and the consumers, we including XI, the consumer's features, including age and gender, and also product categories, XJ, and the consumer sessions, XIT, into these parameters, and also controlled for these heterogeneities directly. Other than that, more importantly, we have to capture the features both with the images and then the text independently into this model. So here it might make it more clear what kind of variables and controls we actually include in our model. So for image features, we include both aesthetic information, like the colorfulness and the color contrast. The color contrast is a measure for how standout this picture is. So basically, we first measure the similarity among different colors. And because there's a cosine similarity between 0 and 1, we use 1 to manage that measure so that it can measure the standout levels of the color patterns. And for content-based image features, we use the numbers to identify the labels on the images, and also the themes, including the percentage of the animal features, human faces, nature objects, and also emotion themes in this picture to capture the content-based image information. And for the text information conveyed through these short summaries, we rely on LDA to identify 10 topics for it. So these are the image and the text variables we controlled in our model. Okay, so here is our result. Let me direct your attention to several interesting results. The first one is, as you can see, the linear terms of congruence and also quadratic terms are both significant and both positive. And because our congruence measure in this model is mean-centered, so that gives us a U-shaped effect on congruence, which is consistent with our model-free evidence, right? So when the congruence level is very high or very low, it increases the, we will see that the increase, we'll see increased probability of being chosen. And then we also see that the colorful covers and more standout contrasts both boost consumer choice. Actually, I think many of you, both T.I. and Brian mentioned this, right? The more attention drawn or colorful covers, right? Those also matters. And then in terms of the heterogeneity, we find out consumer level heterogeneity and also book category specific effects, both are significant. And then we find out a very interesting pattern because we include this consumer session into our parameters. we find out that this effect on both the linear and quadratic on congruence measure both fade over time. This is a very interesting pattern. I think potentially that could be provide some major implications. And then let's first take the crack on the attention. So if you take a look at the attention, one of the alternative explanation would be, while you are looking at the congruence between these two, but people might only look at one of the information. They might only look at the book covers when they make decisions, or they might just read what the book is about and then they didn't pay attention to the book covers, right? So that's one of the possibilities. But here we can see all the image-based, the color and the content, right? Those based variables, and also the LDI identified topics are all significant. So that suggests that people do pay attention to both streams of stimuli, right? So now let's see how we understand these results. Well, several ones of you already provide some heuristic postulations. Now let's see how we understand this. So we have the congruence, and we see there is a correlation between the congruence levels and the product choice, right? So when we look back at the literature on consumer behavior and the cognitive psychology, we find out the congruence, as Juting, as you said, it has different dimensions. There are two psychological drivers for product perception that's embedded in this congruence concept. One is called relevancy. The other one is called expectancy. Now, relevancy, if we use this dichotomy framework in our context, the relevancy actually measures how much the image information contributes to the themes of the text, which is the short summary of the book, right? So basically, if you find out these two are very relevant, it actually provides this information fluency. Brian, if you take take a look at these examples we showed previously for the elephant, well, that one has its relevancy level is very high. So that boosts the information fluency, as I said, it's immediately you know this is the same story, right? So that's how it boosts the product perception and the choice. But there is another dimension. It is called expectancy. Expectancy, put it in our context, gives a story like this. So once you look at an image, you think about what kind of story it is, what kind of book it is about, and you have your expectation. And then you read the summary. If that confirms your expectation, your expectancy level is very high. If it doesn't confirm it, your expectation level is very low, right? Between these two. But what matters here is actually what works here is the opposite of expectancy, which is surprise. Exactly as you mentioned, it's a surprise. Surprise evokes information processing elaboration. And the elaboration process will actually boost product recall and also boost the product's brand perception. So based on this framework, let's take a look at our congruence levels. Sorry, there is okay. So when relevancy level is really high and expectancy level is really high, or say surprise level is very low, we have a very high congruence level between the two. And there, the main driver of this mechanism is the relevancy. Well, that will improve the information fluency, which drives this product choice. Well, when the relevancy level is really low, but the surprise level is really high, in that case, we will have a very low congruence level at the end of the day. And that the surprise, because the surprise is the main driver, that will help you to elaborate, boost elaborate. And when that elaboration will help the product choice. So as all of you have been thinking about these two, although high congruence and the low congruence cases both boost the product choice, they actually follow very different mechanisms, and it's pretty complex. So this is our postulation, right? So if this is true, think about what will happen. If this is true, that means when we look at this browsing time or decision time before they make the decision to choose one of the books, in low congruence case, the users should spend more time deciding and thinking about what the book is about, right? So there we collected the browsing time from the platform. Then we see that when we range the products into low, medium, high congruence levels, we see these books, the products with a very low congruence levels, people spend more time browsing to make their decisions. So that is consistent with our conjecture. Now that we see that we have some confidence that we can proceed to understand what is going on. So what we did is we utilize this, we arranged an online study to ask the participants to look at the pairs of the images and the short descriptions of the books, and then report their levels, the rating of relevancy, expectancy, and the likelihood of read book, to do a mediation test to pin down whether these two are indeed the mediators in this process. So first, we want to see whether expectancy and relevancy do drive congruence levels, right? So the first week we see that when surprise level going lower and lower, on the other hand, expectancy level goes higher and higher, right? Congruence levels increase. And also when relevancy level increases, congruence levels also increases. And now we conduct a mediation analysis. So the congruence, the first, we replicate our main results from the observational behavioral data. And then the second, we construct a mediator we call survey construct, which is an average level of these two drivers. And then we find out that when we add this survey construct, which are our mediator into this model, these both linear and square, the quadratic formats of the congruence levels, are actually absorbed by these mediators, which completed our mediation analysis that these two are indeed the drivers of this process. Now here I want to note that we first rely on our observational or say behavioral data from individual users on this platform to draw the correlation between the congruence level and their choice products on this platform. But that is not causal. As you can see, these are the products, right? So they definitely have this period of time for product design, right? So we cannot draw a causality from just from this behavioral data. So what we want to do is utilize multi-method framework to pin down the mechanism and also want to pin down this causality. So next, what we want to do is to draw the causal relationship between the congruence and the product choice using experiment. And then the goal is to manipulate the congruence levels for these pairs of the images and the short descriptions of the products.
I have a question.
Yeah, yes.
Is there a possibility of an omitted variable? Because I know kids talk to each other a lot and word of mouth may drive congruence also, which I don't know how much of that effect is being missed out here.
That's a good question. So we do not have offline data to see which one is, so who talks to whom. We don't have this network. We know that online they complete this task, they read books by themselves, but we don't know whether they talk to each other. But I think one thing, I think Mercy, this is a very good question. One thing we might be able to do is, what if we add the popularity of the books as a control?
Okay.
The popularity of popularity on each market as a control. Do you think that helps?
That might actually mitigate it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Good
Thank
idea.
you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sheldon, you have like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Almost done. So the goal is to manipulate these congruence levels, but as you can see immediately, the challenge is also how to manipulate the congruence levels, because we also have to keep the image and text features the same, holding these two the same at the same time, right? So that will be our next step. Let me quickly summarize what we have learned from this study. First, we examined how the congruence levels between this image and text message affect product choice. And we find a very interesting U-shaped effect. When congruence levels is really high or really low, boost product choice. And in the middle, we find a dull zone where the products are less likely to be chosen. And on top of it, we find out that this effect actually fade over time, which potentially provides some major implications for the how this effect change over consumer life cycle. And we also find some heterogeneous effect on consumer and also product type. We also provide mechanisms to understand these effects. As you can see, this is only about image and text. On a reading app.
Hey, Shaolin, I don't know whether you're moving, maybe it's my screen is frozen up, but the congruence between what you're saying and what I'm seeing is actually not there.
Okay, let me try it again. Or this is the last, the good thing is it's the last slide.
Yeah, okay, yeah, now I can see that, thank you.
Okay, great. So as you can see, this is only about image and text in our context, but our proposed metric can actually potentially be used to study the effect on one, on the multimedia stimuli, and two, in many other settings as well. So one example will be it can help detect misinformation on social media, which can boost consumer engagement, and with the goal of healthy and long-term growth on the social network platforms. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for participating in our session. And sorry again for the technical difficulties about the slides moving. And all feedbacks and suggestions are super helpful. Thank you very much. And all three of us will try to answer those questions. Thank you. Should I stop share?
Hi, Nanda. Shall I start a discussion? You are muted.
Absolutely, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Let me. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Liu. I'm assistant professor of marketing at CU Boulder, Lee School of Business. So it's such an honor and treat to be assigned to read this paper and also, have this discussion today. So this paper is by Jing Cun from University of Hong Kong, Xiaoling, who just presented from LSE, and also Ling Ling from China Europe International Business School. Let me start. So here's the agenda for my discussion today. I'm gonna talk three topics first. I want to just give a very quick sort of big picture summary and also talk about contribution of this paper. And then I want to discuss a little bit about the challenges that this paper is facing, or this type of paper is facing. And finally, very exciting, I want to share with you, how I think about, some innovations from this paper and like research opportunities, from now on. Okay, so to start with the big picture summary. So here, the research question that this paper trying to answer is, what is the impact, what is the effect of the congruence between image and text-based product representation on consumer choices? So here it's really about the relationship between image and text. There are papers on image, there are papers on text. There are also papers that actually have both of them, but as separate, independent variables. But this paper, I think, is really trying to touch this relationship, this interplay between image and text, which is very interesting. And in terms of the findings, so they have this U-shaped relationship, which consumers prefer a product when the image text congruence is either high or low, but not in the middle. They also try to explore what are the potential mechanisms by running lab studies. So I think this is the question and funding. So to derive the funding from the research question, so the paper have multiple steps. Specifically, I think there are three big steps as Shani just presented. First of all is this measurement, right? So here, the construct this paper tried to measure and study is congruence between image and text. Then the first question is, how do we measure and how do we define this construct? So here, the paper used a machine learning approach. They trained two-branch neural network, actually with ResNet for images and with BERT for text. And then they collect data to train this network to make predictions on congruence.
Oh my God.
Any question? Is there a question? Okay, I'll continue. So then once they have this measurement, right? So next, the question is, how can we link this measurement with consumer choices? So here they use some econometrics, and so they have this huge data set on ebook and audiobook reading behavior, from children. So they have random coefficients model to link the congruence to consumer choices, and also can control actually a bunch of control like image features and text topics. But this is, it's very hard. I'm gonna also talk about this later, right? To just give a causal claim with observational data. And unfortunately, there's no exogenous shock. And that is, all of us are facing when we're using observational data. So next, they actually use an online lab study to, I think, to do two things. One is to really help establish the causality. And then is to explore the mechanism, right? So maybe we can also, like in the reduced form, maybe you can have some control, have some interaction term to really see what might be the mechanism, what might be the reason and behind this finding. But then the online lab study is the one to help us establish that. And here what they found is actually they have these two aspects of congruence where they cited from the literature. One is about relevancy, the other is about expectancy. So what they found here is the effect of the high congruence is driven by information fluency, because when it's like very relevant, it's very fluent for consumers to process the information. So then so like that's one side of the U-shape, like the high congruence, and then the other side of the U-shape, the effect of low congruence is due to a surprise evoked information elaboration. So basically, when there is less congruent, when it's like not expected, there's a surprise, they elaborate consumers to to spend more time to process it, and then that might actually increase their preference and like choice behavior on the in this context. So I think this is the sort of the flow, the general flow of this paper and how they tackle this research question. So then next, I want to talk about the contribution, right? So I think there are two big contributions from this paper. The first one is really about demonstrating the importance of modeling the relationship between image and text, and the proposed method of doing so. As I mentioned in the very beginning, it's important to again to think about the interplay, right? And actually there are not a lot of paper on studying the interplay or relationships between image and text. I think this paper, if it is not the first one, it must be the first one of few. So I think this is a big contribution. And then the second one is about this finding, which is is a documentation of this interesting U-shaped relationship. And it's important for if you think about how to design product for communication, for promotion. It also contributes to the literature in this area. Okay, then let's talk about the challenges this paper is facing, and a lot of paper is facing when with multi-method approach. So I think the first challenge this paper is facing whenever you want to create a measurement, or not only actually with machine learning algorithm, but with any like method, is the problem with measurement error. Right. So here, for example, in the paper, correlation between the predicted congruence and the labeled congruence is 74%. So how does this measurement error affect their finding? Right? Do we need more validation to validate whether the finding is a real finding, or might like sort of like there's some measurement error affects the finding? And also, I think the audience talks about, again, with the measurement, what exactly is this measurement, right? So what is the definition? Congruence, there's a low level, there's high level. I think there are some discussion that we can talk. And then the next one is how can we claim causal relationship with observational data? So so this paper has a lot of controls like image features and text topics. But I think we all have experience. Then you can always add more, and probably reviewers will also ask you to add more. For example, like, is there any recommendation systems used in this platform, and how would that affect the products that consumers see, and how would that affect your funding? So here is really the question, like, how much control is enough, given that I'm sympathetic that with observational data, if there's no exogenous shock, it's just very hard, right? I think that is a question that author needs to sort of decide what is the set of control that can provide like strong evidence for causal claim, and also whether there's any strategic choice going on, like from the firm, right? Whether actually the design of this image and text, their congruence level, whether it's a strategic choice from the firm. So that is actually talking about causal claim with observational data. So that is why this paper, I think, have this third component. And that is why that there's this multi-method approach, which I really like, because I think, putting them together make this paper stronger. And I also think we see more and more papers with multi-method approach. So I think with multi-method approach is always, I think it's like a double-edged sword. On one side, it sort of like enables you to answer more questions and also provide more evidence. But then I think as, sort of like as a researcher, we still have to, I think, make trade-off and then decide for a research question. For example, if it's a causal question, then what is the key element from these three methods? And what is the key evidence that I have to provide to really establish my causal claim? So finally, I want to share with you some exciting innovations that I think this paper provide, and also research opportunities moving forward. So the first one I think is this multimodal learning, right? So in this paper, they consider both image and text and try to learn their relationship. So specifically what they did is, so they have this actually two pre-trained model, one pre-trained model for images, on millions of images, and one pre-trained model like Word, trained on billions of words. So these two models can help us actually learn embeddings of images and text. So like embeddings can help us represent the meaning of the images and the text. And then what this paper does is, because the embeddings from the two pre-trained model do not match in terms of dimensionality, so this paper add one more layer after the image branch to make it the same dimensionality with the text branch, and then compute constant similarities between these two new embeddings as their congruence measure. So I think it's very smart that this paper proposed this approach. And I think this is incredibly exciting area because one of the reasons that we didn't see a lot of research with multimodal learning, I think it's because the techniques were not there. But now the techniques are really there. There are a lot of new and latest techniques from computer science. So I think, as a researcher, I think as in social science and business, then we are able to answer more research questions. So there are actually new papers already coming out. So I also like good luck to this paper. Hopefully, it will be also forthcoming very soon. And then the next innovation, I think, from this paper is actually about the one that I like a lot is about how do we form a choice set. So this paper, you have, like children make choices of books on this like online platform, right? So this like huge assortment of books. And then how do you form a choice set for each choice that this child made? I think that is a question actually we need to answer, like in our field. With a lot of like choice models, they have very nice properties, but you cannot apply it directly to data like from recommendation systems, from like the book platform, the Spotify or like e-commerce, again, when there are large assortment. So I think this, how can we thoughtfully create a choice set so that we can apply existing choice model or come up with new choice model? I think that is very interesting, like future questions to work on. And one paper is like a working paper, actually, as I listed here. For example, they use clicks as information as a source to help them establish choice set. So yeah, so that's all I have. Again, thanks to organizers to ask me to discuss this paper, and good luck to the authors.
Well, thank you very much. This is a really nice summary and very helpful. Since I think I still have 3 minutes, can I answer several questions? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I think these are very important points that because of the time constraint that I didn't really provide enough information about it. So start with the easier ones to answer, like the recommendation systems and the strategic place from the platform's perspective. So we did, that's really nice questions, and we did check the platforms. They do not have recommendation systems so far. And they did not have strategic chosen of the, they did not strategically choose the book covers for the books. So if there is a publisher that used it in the physical book before, they just use that one. I think one thing we can do is we have been thinking about it, and maybe a way to answer the question about strategic chosen of the book covers is to also control for the publishers, said that because that will also take part of it away about the strategic play and their methods that they're using. But I agree that we cannot fully take away that part. And that's why we have to use a lab experiments to really pin down the causality, also the point you mentioned. And then the choice set questions, I think that's a very important question. So far what we did is we use the top choice set, meaning the top 50 books people choose or click or choose in the same day. So we actually tried both. Why we stopped with the 50 the number? The cutoff, the point is we tried look at the distribution of the books chosen. We have more than 1,000 books, right? So as you said, it's like a huge distribution, very flat and with a long tail. So, but after the top 50 choice people made, the rest books are very rarely chosen. So if we look at the probability of being chosen, after 50, the top 50 choices, it almost covers around 93% of the instances. So that's why we stopped with 50. But we also did a robustness check. We went on with the click and the consumption. That's 2. And then the other dimension, we go with 20, 30, 50 to see whether that changes results largely. And with the 2 by 3, so with 6 cells, we do not see a clear change, like qualitatively speaking, the results holds. That's why we stopped with the 50 with the most chosen book set. I think that I should have included that information. I think that would make it more clear. That's a very good point. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think that is innovation. So like that, how you form your choice set. Yeah.
We will definitely read the two books. Yeah, the two papers, especially the work paper you mentioned. I think that will also be very helpful. Thank you.
Good job, Shaolin. A round of applause for you.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending this, participating in this session. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The next presenter begin.
Can everyone hear me okay and see my screen?
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to this session. Before I get started, a big shout out to Nandar and to all the organizers from UT Dallas. It has always been a great pleasure to attend this conference, and I'm very excited and very happy for this opportunity to come this year and present my joint work with my brilliant co-author Tianxin Zhou from University of Florida. By the way, my name is Bobby Zhou and I'm from University of Maryland. Today, we're going to talk about a working paper that is titled Search Neutrality and Competition Between First-Party and Third-Party Sellers. I want to start my talk by highlighting that in the online marketplace, such as Amazon or JD.com, the competition between first-party products and third-party products are getting real and very intense. And you can see that from this slide, in a lot of product categories, Amazon has a pretty big share in terms of its sales. Now, when you talk to the independent third-party sellers on dominant retail platforms, such as Amazon, a big chunk of them have expressed their serious concerns about dominant online retail platforms' self-preference in competition. If you think about self-preferencing, it can manifest itself in multiple ways. And one of the most prominent, one of the probably most significant ways is Amazon prioritizing its own product in consumers' search rankings. In fact, this phenomenon has been documented pretty extensively by media. You can see that there's this article by ProPublica that's explicitly saying that Amazon's new competitive advantage, putting its own products first. And we're all very experienced online shoppers. We all know how important the prime location, right, in the search query is. And in another study, eMarketer has found out that, for example, right, a specific example, Amazon's own first-party cereal, which has a lower rating, has been put in a more prominent first ranking position as compared to a competitor with a higher rating and more reviews. And clearly, this has raised a lot of concerns. But I also wanted to highlight that this phenomenon does not only apply to Amazon or JD.com, right? It also applies to other dominant online marketplaces, such as Apple's App Store. If you think about it, if you are currently using an iPhone, you are de facto logged into Apple's App Store. And Apple itself in court has admitted that when consumers search the keyword Dropbox, the first search result that they see is Apple's own Files app, right? And this again has been a little upsetting to a lot of consumers. And similarly, Google Play has also been accused of being unsportsmanlike, and the US states likely to argue in potential lawsuit. Now, there is this very prominent consumer advocates website called searchneutrality.org. This consumer advocate site has explicitly stated the following, which is Search engines should have no editorial policies other than that their search results be comprehensive, impartial, and based solely on relevance, right? Then the key word here is relevance. And if you think about the current dominant online retail platforms, such as Amazon or JD.com, right? You can see I have one data here, which is almost 3/4 of US consumers now start their product search directly on Amazon.com. So what does that mean? That means Amazon has also been serving as a search engine on top of a retail marketplace. And translating what searchneutrality.org's mission statement, this means that retail platforms should not treat their own first-party products favorably over third-party products in consumer search rankings. In fact, currently, there are 2 proposed legislatures across 2 major economies. Let me start with EU's Digital Markets Act, DMA. One of the most important elements in DMA is the following. I'm just going to read it out loud, which says the gatekeeper platforms, which refers to Amazons and JDs and so on and so forth, they should not treat services or products offered by the gatekeeper itself more favorably in ranking than similar services or products offered by third parties on the gatekeeper's platform. And you can see that my second bullet point here is that US American Innovation and Choice Online Act has stated something very much the same in terms of its spirit, which is, hey, Amazon's, you should not be prioritizing your own products in consumer search rankings. In fact, Senator John Kennedy, who is the primary sponsor of this bill in the US, has saying that the American Innovation Choice Online Act should help offer consumers more options, first of all, and secondly, at competitive prices from businesses online. And we're going to show you that those 2 points might not hold once we have taken into the strategic responses of all the participants in the online marketplace. All right, specifically motivated by those policy debates and the good intentions of the regulatory policy, we are interested in answering the following research question, which is, how will search neutrality influence retail platforms, third parties, and consumers? For obvious reasons, there will be direct impact once search neutrality has been signed into law. And the direct impact includes, of course, it's going to increase consumer search relevance, which is presumably very good for consumers. They will see more relevant search results, right? And secondly, the third-party sellers will be more fairly treated. And on the surface, this is also very good for the third-party sellers on dominant retail platforms. In fact, current studies and the regulators have been focusing on those direct impact. However, once search neutrality has been implemented, there will be strategic indirect impact as well. One of them is both types of sellers would, of course, strategically adjust their prices conditionally on search neutrality. And secondly, in response to search neutrality, the dominant online retail platform might even have incentives to deter entry of new third-party sellers. And those indirect strategic impact have yet to be considered by regulators, legislators, or the prior literature. And that's what the intention and objective of this paper is, which is we are interested in examining search neutrality's effect, accounting for both types of impact, both direct and indirect. All right, before I move on to the model, let me just very quickly highlight our major findings. The first main takeaway of this paper is that with personalized search rankings, which is a key, when you think about, consumers' shopping journey in the online retail platforms, right? They get personalized search rankings. Search neutrality often weakens price competition between first-party and third-party products. And as a result, consumers might actually be worse off despite higher search relevance. And for the platform, right, whose power the regulators are trying to limit, their profit might actually increase despite loss of self-preferencing, this ability. This is the first main result. The second major takeaway is that search neutrality can incentivize the platform to block the entry of a third-party seller, effectively selling as a monopoly. And in this case, which I will get to at the second half of this talk, we can see that consumers are facing fewer choices and higher prices. It goes directly against Senator John Kennedy's proposed good intention behind the American Choice Online Act. And we also found that for obvious reasons, after entry has been deterred, third-party sellers are worse off in general. Now, if you walk away with one punchline from this presentation, and I hope you can remember the following bullet point, which is search neutrality has unintended consequences that can potentially harm consumers and third-party sellers, the very participants in the ecosystem that the regulatory policies aim to actually protect. All right. Now, the first thing I wanted to highlight before I move into the related literature and the model is what's so special about online retail platforms, right? What's so special about Amazon's and JD's and so on and so forth? In our mind, there are two really unique characteristics in this setting. The first unique aspect is search rankings are personalized based on each individual consumer's data, right? Now, if you think about the offline setting, if you go to Whole Foods, right? If Nandar and TI were go to Whole Foods, and if Whole Foods is prioritizing its own private label, now both Nandar and TI would be seeing those private labels in the same prominent location, right? However, that's not the case in the online retail platform. Nandar and TI potentially would be seeing different products displayed based on their characteristics, right? So this personalized ranking is really, really essential in the online shopping setting. Secondly, I would encourage you to think about a typical shopping journey on Amazon.com. You type in a keyword and you see a list of search queries, right? And the second characteristic in this setting is that consumers typically see a product's price before they actively engage in extensive search, right? Like reading reviews, reading detailed product descriptions, and so on and so forth, right? The moment you hit search button, right? The moment that Amazon has returned the list of products, you will be able to see product 1, product 2, and their prices. At that point, price has been taken out of the equation. Now, by contrast, if you think about offline search setting, typically you have to go to the store. You have to search offline first before you uncover the actual real price associated with the products. And both of those two features will be incorporated in our modeling framework. Now, after laying out the two very important, yes, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so about the example of me going to Whole Foods, which I do go often, but let's say the Whole Foods 365 brand might be they might place it at the eye level, and then other brands like way below, so it kind of creates the difference in search cost. And let's say the law says, oh, you cannot do that. You cannot prominently promote your own. So in that case, even though you don't have the individualized results, the same intuition go through, right? So I don't understand why that individualized search results are so important. Isn't that, it's just that search cost for first party is lower than the third party? Isn't that all you need?
So so that's actually a very good point. Here we want to highlight that we want to be faithful to this online setting, because we're motivated by the current legislature ongoing process, which is very likely to be signed into laws. And this law specifically applies to the online setting. And in the online setting, as you pointed out, this feature of personalized search ranking is really important. And that's the reason why we're trying to incorporate that in the modeling framework.
Got it.
Yeah, let me add on something. So yeah, just for clarification, so we need the person. So you will see later that we need personalization, personalization in search ranking for our results to go through. So in other words, our results will apply like specifically to those online stores, but maybe not so well for Whole Foods offline stores where the search ranking is impersonalized.
Yeah, we'll show you. We'll show you, and I'll be very transparent. I will highlight that, hey, this result will go away if we don't have personalized search ranking. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Faye, please.
Yeah, sure. So let's say if there are multiple first-party products that Amazon is selling, even with first-party, even with self-pricing, Amazon can still engage in personalized ranking within the first-party, which is sold by Amazon. So then the price competition will still be pretty strong, right? So their like assumption is there's way more third-party sellers than first-party. Therefore, the price competition is stronger when there's no self-pricing.
I'm gonna get to the model in 2 slides, but just very briefly respond to your question. In this model, we're gonna start the analysis with 1 first-party product and 1 third-party product. And even just with this very simple and stylized model, we're going to be able to uncover some really interesting insights. And later on, I will, if time permits, I'm gonna very briefly talk about what happens if there are way more third-party sellers, third-party products as compared to first-party products. Thank you. All right, let me just, given the time constraint, let me just very quickly walk you through the 2 relevant literature, okay? Our work builds on 2 related literature. The first stream of literature is on self-preference on retail platforms. There are some really interesting empirical work, and there are some really interesting analytical work as well. I wanted to highlight that most of the theoretical studies focus on extreme self-preference to the extent that third-party sellers are completely driven out of the online marketplace. And that probably doesn't apply to the implications of search neutrality, which concerns situations where third-party sellers are still there and third-party sellers are, excuse me, directly competing with first-party seller, but they are just placed in a non-prominent position in consumer search ranking. Secondly, our paper builds on the literature on ordered consumer search. Some of you have done really cool work in this domain as well. Baojun and Tianxin actually also have a really nice paper along this stream of literature. Now, I wanted to highlight that the existing literature on ordered consumer search typically focused on impersonalized search ranking, right? And by saying impersonalized, I want everybody to think about offline, store search setting. And consumers do not observe prices before they actively engage in search. And our setting is more applicable, right? Back to TI's comment as well, back to the online shopping setting. All right, now let me get to the model setup. Very stylized model. We have 1 first-party seller. I'm gonna call it F. F stands for first party. This is the platform. And 1 third-party seller denoted by the letter T. T stands for third party. And each only sells 1 product on the platform. 0 marginal cost, just to simplify the analysis. And the platform F charges a third-party seller a commission R, right, in terms of a percentage of the actual price. Now, we consider both the case of exogenous and endogenous Rs. Now, in terms of consumers' preferences, we assume that given a product, let's say a product F, a first-party product, it either matches with consumers' preference, in which case consumer I's valuation VIF will be 1. And if it's a mismatch with consumer I's preference, then consumer's valuation VIF is going to be 0. And similarly, that's the case for third-party product, right? So either a good match means valuation of 1, a bad match means valuation of 0. And consumers ex ante, they don't know exactly the valuation VI, right? Consumer I. That's the reason why they need to search to figure this out. And consumers' demand is unit. Now, consumers are heterogeneous in the following fashion. We have 2 different types of consumers. In line with capital F and capital T, I'm going to label them small f and small t, 2 types of consumers. For type F consumers, their population, their size is given by alpha, and the total population size is normalized to 1. So type T consumers, the size will be 1 minus alpha. Very simple. Now, in terms of their preference, we're going to assume that type F consumers have a likelihood of row H to find out that, excuse me, the first party product F is going to be a good match for them. And the third party product T only has a likelihood of row L to be a good match for type F consumers. Okay. And the opposite is true for type T consumers. For type T consumers, the likelihood for first party's product to be a good match for them is row L, which is lower than the likelihood for the third party's product to be a good match for them, which is given by row H, right? So you can see this sort of symmetry. And we need this heterogeneous consumer's preference to model personalized search rankings. Okay. All right. Now here comes a very important slide, right? I want to recall that the intention, the key issue in this paper is the impact of search neutrality. And to properly incorporate search neutrality, we have divided the game into 2 stages. In the first stage, we're going to label it as pre-search stage. In the second stage, we're going to call it search stage. In the pre-search stage, what happens is that consumer I types in the keyword cereal, press enter. And then in this pre-search stage, they observe both products, product 1 with a price P1 and product 2 with price P2. And they see a very short, maybe text, maybe some graphic information, very brief summary of the product information. Okay. Now, we assume that at the end of consumers, this pre-search stage, consumers learn about prices, P1 and P2, and the match probabilities, row H and row L. Okay. Now, next, conditioning on consumers' knowledge, consumers will start their search from product 1, the more prominent product. Okay. And in this search stage, they are going to read all the consumer reviews of the prominent product 1, and all the other detailed product information. And they are going to learn their exact valuation, VI1. Again, 1 denotes for the first product that they observe, right? The product that occupied the prominent position. And if they decide to stop searching after searching product 1, they have 2 options, either buy product 1 or not buy anything at all. Now, if they decide to continue to search, oh, by the way, very important, I wanted to highlight that purely for technical simplification, we're going to assume that the first search is free. Our main results do not critically depend on this assumption, but this assumption is going to make the analysis a lot more easier. Now, if this consumer I decides to continue to search, then he or she needs to incur this heterogeneous search cost, C sub I, which assume is uniformly distributed between 0 and capital C. And they can incur CI and search the non-prominent product, product 2. And then they read all the detailed information about product 2, find out their actual valuation, VI2. And at the end of the search stage, consumers can choose from 3 different options: buy 1, buy 2, or buy neither. Okay. Obviously, for consumers who have high search costs, you can see in the search stage, they are unlikely, right? They are unlikely to search the second product, the non-prominent product. All right. After laying out the details of consumer search journey, now let's take a look at the case where the platform, think about platform as Amazon, right? Amazon's commission rate, R, is exogenously given. Now, I wanted to highlight that the information to the platform is such that the platform knows consumers type, either F or T, from a variety of information sources, cookies, past purchase histories, demographics, and so on and so forth. As a result, the platform personalizes search rankings based on each consumer's type. Think about a world where search neutrality is not signed into law. So there is no search neutrality. What's going to happen? Okay. In this case, first, let me assume that Amazon's commission ratio R, right? Commission rate R is reasonably small. And as a result, Amazon actually has incentives to engage in self-preferencing by making its own product F prominent for both types of consumers. Now, if you don't believe this assumption, R is reasonably small, then I have 2 responses. First is that in the later part of the analysis, when we endogenize R, we verify in equilibrium that R will actually satisfy this condition. R is smaller than rho L over rho H. And my second response is that if you think about R, right, due to a variety of reasons, such as fee or price rigidity, R is typically reasonably small in reality. In fact, on Amazon, this R is 15%, and it hasn't changed over the last 2 decades. And R is somewhere between 10–12% on eBay.com, right? So the key here is that the commission rate is not too high, because if it is really, really high, then Amazon probably does not have strong incentives to prioritize its first-party products. It makes enough money from prioritizing the third-party products already through commissions. Now, in this case, suppose there is no search neutrality. The equilibrium outcome has been displayed in this table on the left bottom corner, where first-party products F will be made prominent for both types of consumers. So you see F here and F here. And by contrast, third-party products T is going to be made non-prominent for both types of consumers. This is what's going to happen in equilibrium. However, if we impose search neutrality, then search rankings have to be based purely on relevance, and self-preferencing is strictly prohibited. As a result, the equilibrium outcome is now shifted towards the second table on the top, on the bottom right corner, where for type F consumers, first-party product will be made prominent. But for type T consumers, third-party product will be made prominent. And respectively, the other product will be made non-prominent.
Hey, Bobby.
Jason.
just a quick question about consumers, let's say rationality. So consumers know that the search rankings are biased before search neutrality. Is that correct?
I think you're raising a very good point. Let me see if my following argument addresses your concern. So you are thinking that suppose a consumer is super strategic, super forward-looking. They know that without search neutrality, suppose you are type T, and you know that your likelihood to find a better match is made in a non-prominent position.
Yes.
Should you start search there?
Yes, that's right.
Here's our response. Let's think about what happens in reality. If all the consumers really behave this way, then there's absolutely no need for the legislators in both economies, EU and US, to actively propose search neutrality being implemented in dominant online platforms, right? Search online retail platforms. And so if all consumers behave like you suggested, then sure, this effect will go away. However, as long as there's a non-trivial group of consumers who, for whatever reason, they will always start searching from the prominent position, our results will go through. But excellent point.
Makes sense. Thank you, Bobby.
Sure. All right.
So Bobby, can I ask a question here?
Yes, please.
So I have this idea, question in mind, and I'm trying to formulate it, but probably not doing a good job. So in your model, because you have this asymmetrical first search free, and if you recommend the wrong product, this consumer may exit. So from the platform's perspective, you lose the sales, correct? But then there's also another channel in the sense that in reality, there are many more listings, so the consumer's exit probability is small. But if I recommend the wrong product, and then the other true product that the consumer most likely will choose later will be listed second rather than first. And then instead of losing sales, I'm losing the sort of the advertising dollar. So, I was wondering whether your model could, be accommodated to think about the trade-off between these two things. Because I think right now you need a personalized recommendation so that you only do that to certain people. So you always get a high sales. You don't lose them, right, for the wrong recommendation in terms of sales. But I'm also thinking about alternative channel where eventually the consumer will buy no matter what, but I may lose the advertising dollar because the right product is listed second.
So I think you're raising a really interesting point. Let me first clarify that, right now, this model only captures organic search results. So sponsored or other types of advertising has yet to be incorporated.
Okay.
But we think that's definitely a very promising avenue to pursue, either as an extension or probably it deserves an independent, a separate paper.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Bobby?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for asking the same question again, but when I think about Amazon, it's usually people tend to think about the price competition is very intense because there are so many third-party sellers selling exactly the same thing or very similar stuff. So let's say you have two exactly the same third-party sellers. It's actually without search neutrality, that is when the price competition is strongest. And then the result will flip, right?
So I don't think the result will flip. Let me get to the intuition on the next couple of slides. And then if I still have yet to answer your questions, you can ping back again. How about that? Let me get to the intuition. So before
we have about 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So very quickly, let me introduce the timeline, right? In the case of exogenous commission rate R is given. So given R, the platform and third-party seller simultaneously set their prices PF and PT. And then personalized search rankings are generalized after consumers type in their keyword. And depending on whether search neutrality is implemented or not. And consumers make their search and purchase decisions. Now, Before we even talk about search neutrality, let me just very, very briefly talk about the impact of search rankings, particularly the role of prominence. And this word is very important in the online retail setting, especially if you think about shopping with your smartphone, where the screen size is very limited. And I want everybody to think about the two hypothetical scenarios where a product J's demand with and without occupying the more prominent position across all consumers. Okay, just hypothetical exercise. In one case, product J is placed in the prominent position for all consumers. In the other case, product J is placed in a non-prominent position for all the consumers. Not that this will happen always in equilibrium, but this will be very helpful in figuring out the intuition, which is the following. Okay, the prominent position, simply put, prominence will increase the product's demand, and you will make the product's demand more inelastic. And both of those results are fairly intuitive. I think this serve as a sanity check about the external validity of this model, right? In other words, when a prominent seller tends to set higher prices because of the locational advantage, right? Now, after that, let me dive into the equilibrium analysis. In the situation without search neutrality, in equilibrium, the platform is going to put its own products F in a prominent position for all consumers. As a result, the prominent products' price are indeed higher than the non-prominent product prices, third parties' product prices. And both sellers' prices are lower if third-party product can match with more consumers' preferences. In other words, if both row H and row L are reasonably high, higher, or the size of type T consumers, 1 minus alpha, is very large, then the price competition will be stronger. Now, this is what happens in equilibrium without search neutrality. And next, let me quickly go through what happens in equilibrium with search neutrality. With search neutrality, F is made prominent for type F consumers. T is made prominent for type T consumers. In equilibrium, right, the platform has the following very important trade-off. On the one hand, it could charge a high price and extract more surplus from type F consumers who are more likely to find it a good match by buying platform's own first-party product. On the other hand, it could lower its price to attract more search from type T consumers, right, to search its own product in their non-prominent position from those consumers' perspective. Now, it turns out that the incentive of charging a high price for the first-party seller is stronger, given type F's consumers' higher match probability, as long as the size of type F consumers is reasonably large, okay, not too small. And the symmetric argument applies for type T seller. As long as 1 minus alpha is not too small, then the third-party seller also wants to focus on extracting more surplus from consumers who have a high fit with them. And at the end of the day, in equilibrium, both sellers' equilibrium prices are higher when the population size alpha for first-party, for type F consumers are somewhere in the middle range. And back to, again, very quickly, back to TI's point early on, here, personalized search ranking is essential. As I promised, I'll be very transparent. If we take away personalized search ranking, this result will go away. Now, back to the key point about the intuition, right? Now let's think about what's the net effect of search neutrality. The punchline is that when we compare the equilibrium without search neutrality and the equilibrium with search neutrality, what happens is that If alpha, the size of the F consumers, type F consumers is somewhere in the middle range, then search neutrality can increase both types of sellers' equilibrium prices. And the intuition is that without search neutrality, after third-party product price T is set, you will be very likely to be made non-prominent for most consumers due to platform self-preference. As a result, anticipating this, the third-party seller has strong incentives to lower its price to invite more search, right? Because it knows that it's being placed in this non-prominent position. So it has to lower its price to invite more consumers to search. And now with search neutrality, because the product, third party's product's prominence is guaranteed to its own type of consumers, type T, as a result, a third party seller is likely to raise its price to focus on extracting surplus from those high match consumers. And as a result, pricing competition will be alleviated. Here, the key trade-off is between search neutrality and price competition. And the main takeaway here is that with search neutrality, fewer consumers will search the non-prominent product due to its lower match likelihood and a higher price. Okay. Now, we set out to understand the implications of search neutrality. Now let's take a look at the welfare impact of SN. In the case of exogenous commission, I have about 4 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. 4 minutes, great. Let me just highlight that two main results. First, search neutrality can indeed harm consumers, especially when a lot of consumers are type T. In other words, a lot of consumers will find the third-party product to be a good fit for them. And this is because without search neutrality, third-party seller focuses on reducing price to attract search, given that it occupies the non-prominent position. However, with search neutrality, third-party seller mainly focus on raising price to extract surplus from type T consumers, right? And this goes directly against the good intention behind SN. And secondly, SN search neutrality can actually increase the platform's profit if a reasonable amount of consumers are type F. And that is because search neutrality's negative impact of higher search relevance to the platform would be relatively weak when there are a sufficient amount of type F consumers. All right. And finally, search neutrality will indeed protect third-party seller when commission rate is exogenously given. Now, very quickly, I know I have 2 minutes. Let me go through the endogenous commission case, where the only difference between the previous discussion and analysis is that now we have a different stage. We have a new starting stage where the platform decides on commission R, right? And the third-party seller needs to incur an entry cost E, which follows a generalized distribution, capital F. If third-party seller enters, then the game is analyzed as a previous game, exactly the same. But if he chooses not to enter, then the platform becomes the de facto monopoly. Now, let me just highlight the following results. Okay, when the commission rate is endogenously determined, search neutrality can again make consumers worse off. On top of that, search neutrality can actually also make third-party seller worse off. And I've listed the sufficient condition right here, for this result to hold. And the reason is that with this additional instrument of commission rate, the platform can jack up the commission rate to an extent that completely blocks the third party's seller's entry. Now, what does that mean? Again, that means that despite of its good intention, search neutrality can actually hurt consumers as well as independent third-party sellers. Given the time constraints, I'm gonna skip a couple of slides. One of the points I think Chi-Hong raised really important earlier is what's the impact of sponsored ad listing instead of the organic search display. And I think that's one of the future directions that we should be thinking about. Another point, I think Faye mentioned that multiple third-party sellers very quickly. We believe that qualitatively our insights will continue to retain, because once third-party sellers' prominence of their own products are guaranteed, they do have incentives to jack up the price and focus on surplus extraction from consumers who are high match for them. All right, let me stop here by highlighting that the most important takeaway of this talk is that search neutrality has unintended consequences, potentially unintended consequences, and policymakers really should carefully evaluate, the entire picture before, signing it into law and fully implement this in the two major economies in the US and EU. All right, thank you so much. I will shut up now. Thank you, Chuan.
Thank you, Bobby. Okay, so my name is Chuan He. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for a great conference. I really enjoyed reading the paper. So now this paper studies competition in a differentiated market. I think it's useful to start by looking at what we know in this type of market. So in differentiated market, we have several classic models, the hoteling model that helps study duopoly, and then the seller model that helps study the localized competition from duopoly to monopolistic competition, and then the spoke model that can help studying the non-localized competition from duopoly to monopolistic competition. So in all these models, what we get is that in equilibrium, the prices and profits are going to be driven by the degree of differentiation and the market structure. And then at the other end of the spectrum, we have information problem for the consumers. If consumers have imperfect information, then the search model will be helpful. And then an important benchmark here is the diamond model, where it says that even for firms that are selling homogeneous products, they can end up charging monopoly price. Of course, this is only a theoretical point, and we don't observe that in practice. Now, a more relevant phenomenon is that in retail setting, oftentimes we see certain products are featured. Right? So in marketing, we call that feature display. And then that gives rise to prominence. One of the early papers on this topic is by Armstrong, Vickers, and Joe. And then in their paper, the prominence is not a choice variable. I think what really distinguishes this paper is the fact that in this paper, the search order can be manipulated. It is endogenous to the firm. Now, Bobby has done a really fantastic job presenting the work. I think it can't hurt to summarize some key elements of the paper one more time. So in this paper, there are two firms competing against each other.
Chuan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't know whether it's me or this applies to everybody. Is everyone else seeing your shared screen, your slide?
Okay.
I'm seeing it.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
it.
we are seeing it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Not a problem. Is there any technical issue? Just let me know. Okay. All right. So there are two firms selling competing products. So one product offered by the platform, which is a product F, and then the competing product offered by the third party, which is a product T. And there's a unit mass of consumers, each purchase a single unit, and consumers search sequentially for a matching product. And then there's the alpha proportion of consumers who prefer the focal product, product F, and the remaining 1 alpha proportion of consumer prefers the third-party product. Now, it is important to note that these are prior preferences, meaning that consumer could end up finding the preferred product to be a mismatch, but the less preferred product turns out to be a match. Okay. Now, the platform personalizes the search ranking. So as Bobby emphasized quite a few times in the presentation, I think the unique feature here is that the search ranking are personalized to consumers' expected value. Now, there are two competing firms. The consumer can maximally search 2 times. It is assumed that the first search is free, and then the next search is costly. I would say that this is a pretty standard assumption in the search literature. Oftentimes, it is assumed that the first few searches are free. Now, there's 3 stages in the game. In the first stage, the seller simultaneously set prices. Next, the platform generates personalized search ranking, and finally, consumer makes search and purchase decisions. Now, I think the real beef of this research is on the externality, which is the search neutrality regulation. Without search neutrality, the platform has a tendency to make its own product prominent, regardless of whether the consumer prefers product F or product T. But under search neutrality, this is no longer feasible. So with search neutrality, the platform has to personalize the search ranking according to the customer's expected value. So what's unique about this research is that first, the search ranking is personalized, and moreover, this search ranking is affected by externality, which is the search neutrality regulation. So originally, the search ranking was a choice variable without the search neutrality. With search neutrality, it is no longer a strategic variable. And then the other unique feature about this research is that consumers actually observe product prices before search. So their search is only for the product match, but not for price. Now, this is particularly relevant for the online retail platform, right? So for example, when we search a product on Amazon, indeed, on the organic search results, we see the product along with the prices for the most part. There are some exceptions, but for the most part, we see both the products and the prices. Okay, so what are the main results? So once again, I think Bobby has done a really wonderful job here, giving us all the comprehensive view of the results. So I want to pick the ones that I think are really striking and interesting. Now, you see, under search neutrality, what we expect is that an externality such as the search neutrality regulation would negatively impact the platform. In addition, the intention of the search neutrality is to improve consumer welfare. Now, the authors show actually we can observe the opposite. So they provide the precise condition under which, in fact, under search neutrality, the profits of the platform along with the third-party seller can be higher. And in addition, the search neutrality regulation gets the unintended consequence of hurting consumer welfare. Now, I think the main drivers for this result is this. In fact, we can break the search neutrality into 2 effects: a demand effect and a price effect. So without search neutrality, the platform has a tendency to favor its own product, making it prominent in the search results. So that increases the demand of product F. But then with search neutrality, this is no longer feasible. So the demand for product F declines. But at the same time, there's a price effect. So without search neutrality, because of the fact that it is more likely that the platform features the product F, so the third-party seller has to decrease its price to induce consumer search. Basically, the gain from search needs to be high enough to induce the cost, to justify the cost of search. But then with search neutrality, that is no longer the case. The third-party seller has lower incentive to cut its price to induce search. So in that sense, the price competition is mitigated. So in equilibrium, both the first-party seller and the third-party seller end up charging higher price. So under some conditions, the net effect is that indeed the profits for both the third-party seller and the platform become higher. And then because of the higher price, consumer also suffers a lower welfare. Now, another interesting point to note is that the relationship between the popularity of the focal product and the search neutrality regulation. So it turns out that the search neutrality regulation is more impactful when the product F is less popular. So this is a very nice point to make too. Okay, so as I want to say, as we have seen from the presentation, the paper is really, really well motivated. And then it has very strong policy implication. I really like that. And then I want to mention a few points that can help to make the paper even stronger and probably also for future research. And then, so the first point is that let's look at the role of the search neutrality regulation. So as Bobby already mentioned, the search neutrality regulation applies only to the organic search results, but not sponsored ads. So the point actually has been mentioned from the audience. So how does the sponsored ad interact with the organic search results? So I want to defend the authors a little bit in the sense that in their title, they indicated they want to focus on the online retail platform. First, the fact is, if you look at the literature, I think people either look at organic search results or sponsored ads, but not both. So personally, I have not seen papers that study both sponsored ads and the organic search results. So this is an opportunity, but then that also says that I think it's okay for the author to make such assumptions. And then I also want to say that, okay, how do I can, okay. So let me show some empirical data from Amazon. So now, okay, now once again, the author focused on the online retail platform. So I look at the most recent data from Amazon, the first quarter of 2021. So you see, Amazon obtains a lot of revenue from its online stores. And then from a lot of revenue from the third-party sellers or services, and advertising accounts for less than 10% of Amazon total revenue. Okay, so now what these data shows us is that, so in theoretical models, we make simplifications. So it looks like at this point, it's okay to assume to focus on the sponsored ads, but not to look at the sponsored ads for the moment. Okay, so now that is not the case for the search engines because see, for example, Google, it derives more than 80% of the revenue from sponsored ads. And there are many, many third-party sellers and the price information is actually costly to obtain. So when we search on Google, we don't necessarily see the price information. But then this again presents an opportunity to study the impact of search neutrality to search engines such as Google down the road. Then one thing that is relevant for this research, however, is the fact that there are many third-party sellers. This again is an issue already raised from the audience. So what I think is that, so Bobby mentioned at the end, with many third-party sellers, the qualitative results remain held. I believe that, but at the same time, I would say if there are many third-party sellers, if the first few searches are free, the price effect will be much weakened. Okay, so so much so that I'm not sure that it can flip the result. You know, right now the price effect is positive, the demand effect is negative. So that the net effect can be positive. But then if the price effect is much weakened, can it actually dominate the negative demand effect with search neutrality or not? So that part I'm not 100% sure. Then.
Sorry, like you have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, So let me quickly go over the next few points. So now the word search neutrality is coined after net neutrality. Like net neutrality, search neutrality is motivated by antitrust consideration. So for antitrust, on one hand, the policymaker want to improve consumer welfare, and on the other hand, they want to limit the market power of the dominant player. So if we look at Amazon as an example, it's indeed a dominant player, and most of third-party sellers have almost no market power at all compared to Amazon. So in this research, on the other hand, there are two firms, a platform and a third-party seller. And then it is implicitly assumed that the two firms have comparable market power. So I think to get even stronger policy implication, it will be helpful to look at multiple third-party sellers with limited or no market power. So as a side note, in 2013, the Federal Trade Commission actually examined search bias by Google and then concluded it was not an antitrust concern. But that is not surprising because Google derived more than 80% of its revenue from sponsored ads, and the search neutrality regulation does not apply to sponsored ads. So the same may not be true for Amazon. Okay. So finally, I want to mention that, yeah, so in fact, some platform has its own product. Amazon, for example, has the Amazon Basic product line that is entirely sourced by Amazon itself. But then on the other hand, there's an analogy between store brands and national brands. So we know for a fact that oftentimes store brands only account for a small proportion of the overall revenue. Then oftentimes retailer offers store brands not really to get more profits, but rather to, well, they want to get more profits, but not from the store brand per se, but rather they want to enhance their bargaining position against the national brands. So because of that, I think it's going to be useful to look at a different kind of commission rate. I think for that, the author already did some work in that direction. And moreover, it's going to be interesting to make some assumption on the proportion of revenue that the platform can obtain from the third-party seller. And that might introduce some interesting interaction between the commission rate and the popularity of the focal product. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Chuan.
You're welcome, Bobby. Really like the work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. And the next presenter, you may begin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And today I'm very glad to share the research that I collaborated with Einstein, Carl, Jason, and Jim. The paper is entitled The Design and Targeting of Compliance Promotion. And the objective of this project is trying to explore an experimental-based approach for optimizing compliance promotions. So you may wonder, what is a compliance promotion? So let me give you one example. Imagine that a hotel chain runs a promotion for their customers. And the promotion has the following format. Stay 4 times at our chain in the next 4 months, you will get 10,000 bonus points to your loyalty program. So in this format, and there is a hurdle that the customer need to cross, which is a 4th stay. And as soon as the customer across the 4th stay the hurdle, and they will get a reward, which is 10,000 points. Although the hotel wishes everyone book 4th stay reach the hurdle, customers, they may self-select to comply or not with that wish. Compliance promotions are widespread, And to give you a few more examples, consider a credit card retention offer. A customer wants to cancel the credit card, and the credit card company give the customer a promotion, a retention offer. Stay as a card member, you will receive $50. In this case, the hurdle is stay as a card member, and the reward is $50. Another example, at a shopping mall, if the customer spent more than $100, they will receive a theme park ticket. The $100 is the hurdle, and then the theme park ticket is the reward. Oh, excuse me. So from the firm's perspective, they want to increase the incremental profit of such promotion, which include two components. One is come from the incremental revenue due to the promotion because it incentivizes customers to reach to the hurdle and spend more. And the cost side involves the promotion cost due to the reward that give to the customers. From the firm's perspective, and to optimize the profit of the promotional profit, and so they have two tasks. One is to decide whom to target, whom should receive this offer. Another one is about the design, and what is the hurdle level and what is the reward level that can optimize the profit. Often, experiments are used as a tool for such optimization. However, and there are some complications for running such experiment. Because of the existence of so-called two-sided non-compliance. So let me explain what is two-sided non-compliance. So for there are different types of customers and in this setting. And one of them, and one group is called never takers. So this group of customers, they will never reach the hurdle, no matter whether you give them the offer or not. And there is another group, and it's called always taker. And so for a given hurdle and reward, and so they will always reach the hurdle, even they didn't have the offer. Even there is no such a promotion, they will always reach the hurdle. And this group of people, because they will reach the hurdle anyway, they won't contribute to the incremental revenue or profit to this promotion. But because they reach the hurdle, and they will cause the promotion cost to increase. So there's a third type called compiler. And so this group of people, they will reach the hurdle only if they receive the offer, they receive the promotion, but they won't if they didn't receive the promotion. This group of people, they are directly linked, contribute to the incremental revenue of this promotion. And of course, they also contribute to the promotional cost. So the mix of the latter two groups, the always takers and the compilers, they determine the incremental cost. They determine the incremental profit. And the one we adjust the hurdle and the reward level, and it will change the mix of these two groups. Hence, it will have some it'll have an impact on the incremental profit level. So one possibility is that, well, when we use the field experiments to optimize such compliance promotions, and we can test all hurdles and all reward levels, different combinations. So in this case, and we see which combination of hurdle and level result in the highest profit, and we'll just pick that one and as our design. And in that case, we don't really need to know the underlying mix between the always takers and the compliers. However, this approach may be way expensive if there are too many levels. The alternative is to test some hurdles and the reward levels, and then use linear interpolation. However, such linear interpolation may not work. And to think about why, let me use the credit card retention offer that I talked about earlier as example. So Remember, the hurdle is to stay as the customer, stay as a card customer. In this case, if we change the reward level, it may affect the probability of customers reaching the hurdle, $50 reward or $100 reward, or change the probability. The effect of this reward level on the probability is most likely to be nonlinear. So the linear interpolation may not work. And further, changing the reward level may change the retained customer spending, because a higher reward level may end up retain more price-sensitive customers. This group of price-sensitive customers, after they are retained, and they may end up spend less. So to make the problem even more complex, and there are additional complexity and come from the unobserved heterogeneity across individual customers. And this unobservables may affect both who reach the hurdle and how they consume afterwards. One example is the credit card retention example that I mentioned earlier, and say the price sensitivity, suppose it's unobserved, and we don't know when we change the reward and how we attract the marginal customer, how price sensitive they are. And also the unobservable may affect the consumption, and how observable affect the consumption may depend on observables. For example, say customers we observe who are high spenders, who are low spenders. The low spenders, and on one hand, it could be due to their low income. On the other hand, it could be the case they have multiple cards that they can use. So this piece of unobservable piece information, and when they interact with the high and low spenders that we observe, and will affect how the customers consume. So as a roadmap, and during today's talk, and I will first explain a field experiments run by a hotel chain. And I use this field experiment as a demonstration to fixate the idea of this experimental-based extrapolation approach. And so the context is mostly for demonstration purpose, and so our purpose is not focusing on the hotel industry per se, but more of using it as an example to demonstrate the approach. And then I will explain and talk about the experimental based extrapolation approach in some details. And finally, I will discuss the experimental empirical results and draw the conclusion. Now let's take a look at the field experiment. The field experiment was run by Intercontinental Hotel Group, or IHG. IHG is one of the major hotel chains worldwide, and they operate hotels such as Holiday Inn, Crowne Plaza, Intercontinental, etc. And their customers can join this loyalty program for free, and there are 4 loyalty tiers. And the 1, 2, 3, 4 here, we label them as 1, 2, 3, 4. And these loyalty tiers are based on customers' past consumptions, past how many stay activities in the past. And there's also another observable, and which is called B. And so this is a prediction using some some algorithm used by IHG, and they predict in the next 4 months what is the baseline state that we expect from the customer, from a given customer. So each customer, we observe their baseline and their tier. And then in 2017, the IHG run a field experiment. And they randomly selected 25,000 customers, about 25,000 customers, and during a 4-month period. And they randomly divide this 23,000 customers into two groups. One is called offer group, one is called control group. For the offer group, each one of them, they receive a promotion and a compliance promotion in the following format. Stay at H hotel, that is a hurdle, and then get R bonus reward point, that is the reward. And then within each baseline and the tier combination, the hurdle and the reward are further randomized. As an example, and consider the following table, and this is for the cohort baseline 2 and tier 3. And the hurdle are randomized across individuals and to either hurdle 2 stays to get the reward, or hurdle 3. And then the reward level also randomized within each hurdle level. And so these are the 4 reward level corresponding to the two hurdle levels. So this is the setup of the field experiment. Now let's think about the profit that are derived from each experimental cell and of this experiment. And first of all, and let's consider the promotion status, that is whether the person reached the hurdle or not. And if the customer reached the hurdle and the letter D is 1, otherwise it's 0. Here, I want to emphasize, right, and reaching the hurdle, even if a customer is in the control group who does not receive the offer, and they may still reach the hurdle. And so these are the group, we can think these are the always taker. And so even without the reward, and they will still reach the hurdle. And so that is the promotion status. And then the outcome variable that we're interested in is the state Y, how many stays a customer stayed and during this 4-month period. And then the X are observables, which include baseline, tier, and hurdle, and the incremental profit with a hurdle H and reward R can be written as the following. And in the literature, and this incremental profit sometimes is called policy relevant treatment effect. And so basically, these are the profit comes from the these are the profit due to the promotion, and so it has the following pieces. And so the first part, these are the incremental profit. These are the excuse me. These are the incremental stays. Incremental stays come from the compliers. The compliers, again, they will not cross the hurdle, and if they didn't receive the offer, they will only cross the hurdle if they receive the offer. So these are the incremental stays come from the compliers. And then this is the margin for each state. The revenue comes from each state. So the top part, and these are the incremental revenues. And the bottom part are the total promotion cost. The promotion cost does not distinguish whether it's a always taker or it's a complier. As long as the customer reaches the hurdle and the customer is entitled for the reward. So this become more clear, and for the complexity resulted by the always taker and the compliers, how they mix one another and given the H and R, and it will affect the incremental profit of a particular experimental cell. Oops. Okay, here we go. All right. So based on the observed experimental cells, we can actually compute the incremental states and then the corresponding incremental profit for each one of those observed cells. And to give you one example, and so this is a cohort customers who have baseline 2, tier 2, and then they receive the offer with a hurdle of 3. And so within this cohort, and some people receive the reward point of 7,200, and another group receive 10,800 if they cross a hurdle. And so correspondingly, and using the formula from the previous, using the formula from the previous slide, and we compute the incremental profit across these two cells. So it has become clear, and the second level, the second reward level is more profitable. And so this is a better design and then the one on the above. So, and then we consider an exercise. What we did is we find out for each baseline tier and hurdle cohort, such as this one, and which reward level will has a higher profit level. And then we reassign the whole cohort to that particular reward level. So this is essentially trying to non-parametrically evaluate how we can improve, how we could have improved the existing experiment and to improve the total expected profit. As it turned out, and after this exercise, the expected total profit could have improved by 7.7% if we move everybody to the better reward level.
Hi, so,
however, yes.
Yeah, I have one question. So how should we think about the potential interplay between the hurdles? For example, if based on my understanding, currently it's the one hurdle, for example, is 2, then let's evaluate the reward level. What's the best one? But I mean, when it's designed, it's possible that the incremental rewards between the 2 and 3, then there might exist some relationship here. How should we think about it?
Thank you for the segue, actually, and that is my next bullet point, right? And well, you asked a question about the hurdle, and here I will focus on the interpolation between the two reward levels, right? What if there is a 9,000 reward point level that is not part of the experiment? And what if that 9,000 is even better than the 2 that we see in the experiment? So, and how, if that happened, right? And so can we use linear interpolation and trying to find out and what the profit level that we may expect if we give a reward level at a 9,000? So in that case, and there are more details in the paper, and such linear interpolation are unlikely to be correct, and so which require a more flexible extrapolation approach. So here I will just give you a very quick intuition why the linear interpolation may not work. Oh, and okay, all right, and so I must have got rid of that slide for the sake of the time constraint. Okay, but the intuition is, if you may recall earlier when I talked about why the linear interpolation may not work, and there are different complexities, and one is the impact of the reward on the probability of a person reaching the hurdle or not, and it's unlikely to be linear. And also with further complication come from the unobserved heterogeneity, how may interact with the observables and rendering the linear interpolation and becoming invalid. So there are more details in the paper, and I'm more than willing to discuss with you offline. But the intuition and that I talked about earlier about the complexity and is make the linear interpolation unsustainable.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. Now let's talk about the model. First, let me give you a quick summary of all the variables I need to build up my model, and which include the following, right? Y is the number of health stays during the experiment, and D is whether the customer achieved the hurdle or not. And then these are a set of observables and experimental features, where H and R are the hurdles and the reward. And so B and T are the baseline and the tiers of the customers and in this loyalty program. And finally, there is another component, and which is customers and observables. And and to understand the interactions across this set of variables, and we use this directed acyclic graph DAG and to show the relationship. So first, I want to emphasize is that all the component showing on the screen and all these variables, they are conditional upon baseline and the tier. And to avoid clutter, I didn't draw B and T on this graph, but everything is a conditional upon B and T. And U is some unobserved heterogeneity that may affect both reaching the hurdle or not, the D, as well as Y, the state. And for example, the unobservable could be whether the customer has other loyalty programs, whether the customer belongs to another hotel's loyalty programs as well. And so in this case, the unobservable will affect whether the customer can reach the hurdle, how likely it will reach the hurdle, and how many they will stay at the focal hotel. And the next two components, right, reward and hurdle, and the next two bullet points are very crucial for our identification assumption. These are our identification assumptions, and it's crucial for the implementation of our approach. So, for example, the reward, and the reward here, and we consider reward is instrument for D, because reward, it only affects whether the person reaches the hurdle. But when the person reaches hurdle, because the reward point can only used in the future, it does not directly affect how many state happens. So this satisfies this exclusion restriction because there's no direct path from R to Y, and it's fully moderated and by D. And so we can use extrapolation and to extrapolate the treatment effect to different levels of R outside the experimental cells. On the contrary, for hurdle H, it has this direct effects on both D as well as Y. So in this case, because these two effects, they confound with one another, and we cannot optimize over experimental cells to hurdles outside the experiment, outside the cells. We can only optimize over observed cells, and by trying different levels of reward, but we cannot extrapolate beyond the observed H, the hurdle. And so given this setup, and let's consider the building blocks for our model. And on one piece, first start with the propensity. How likely a customer, and given the observable and the baseline tier and the hurdle and the reward, how likely the person is going to reach the hurdle now. And so in this case, and we can use some standard probability model and such as logic model. In this case, where P is the propensity and the H are the observables, and the U is some unobservables and uniformly distributed between 0 and 1, conditional on X. And then the outcome, which are the visit, and we can denote them as Y0 if the person didn't reach the hurdle, how many stays, and that we can expect. And then Y1 is if the person reached the hurdle and how many we can expect. We only observe for a given person, and we only observe either Y1 or Y0. Excuse me. So now let's think about this. So the approach that we want to explore and is for the experimental based exploration is called marginal treatment effect or MTE, and together with the two building components and for MT is called marginal treatment response functions. So MT is defined as conditional on the unobservable and the observables, the expected difference between Y1 and Y0. So Y0 is the stays and when the person didn't reach the hurdle, and Y1 is when the person reached the hurdle. And we can further rewrite MT as the following, okay? And we can decompose it into M1 and M0. M1 and M0 are so-called MTR functions, marginal treatment response functions. So why do we want to write the marginal treatment effect? Why want to invent this two MTR function, M1 and M0? The reason is previous in the econ literature, and it has been shown many parameters of interest can be expressed as known functions of MTR and the propensity function that we specified earlier. So, for example, so we can use MTR and the propensity and to express the moment in the data, such as IV and OLS coefficient. So in this case, the red means unknown and the blue means known or can be estimated from the data. So in this case, and we can use the moment in the data, the coefficients and the propensity, and to help us to restrict M1 and M0. And then MTR can also be used to express treatment effects of interest, such as treatment effect at reward level beyond the experimental cells. So for example, and if we have M1 and M0 and obtained from here, and also together with the propensity scores estimated from the data, we can found the bound of the incremental stays, and which correspond to the conditional late treatment effect. And with incremental state known, and we can further calibrate the incremental profit given the stays, the propensity, as well as the marginal revenue and the cost for each point. So MTR can be extremely flexible, and how we specify it, right? And so let's say we specify MTR, and so as a function of observable and this unobservables. The second part, in particular, the new, can be very flexible, and we can use a spline function, and so to make it very flexible. And in the new, we can also, and if you may see here, right, and so U, the unobservable, can affect both D and Y, whether the person reaches the hurdle or and the stay level. And so in this new function, we also we can specify how the unobservables and the yield they interact with one another. And finally, the yield, and depending on how we specify this new function, the unobservable may affect the state in a non-monotonic way. So to summarize, the step of extrapolation using MTR involves the following steps. First, we specify a very flexible MTR function, M1 and M0. And then we specify and estimate a propensity function, and such as using logic. And then we specify and estimate moments in the data. And with the moments and the propensity score, and we can bound the M1 and M0. Finally, and given M1 and M0 and propensities, as well as other information in the data, we can bound the treatment effect, such as what is the incremental states as a result of this promotion.
You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Now, let's go over the results. Excuse me. All right, I got a little bit lag in my clicks. Okay, and so remember, and depending on, I mean, when we specify the moment function, and we make it very flexible, and it's also can take care of a lot of different interactions between unobservables and observables. And so in our full model, for example, and we have use effect on the state. It may depend on the observables of the customer. And the unobservables may affect both the hurdle crossing, the compliance, as well as the state. And use effect on Y may also be non-monotonic. And then we also considered a couple of nested models that are more restrictive. One of them is this so-called no interaction models. So in this case, X and the use effect on Y are additive separatable. So one of such an example is this classical Heckman correction model. And well, there is an unobservable affecting both the selection and the outcome, but the U and X, and there's no interaction between those two. And another nested model is this, it's called no unobservable model. So in this model, and you can think it as selection unobservable only. And this is comparable to the inverse propensity weighting regression. And so those are the two nested models. And we estimated all these models together and compared them side by side. And which I found the full models fit with the empirical moments, which are the IV and the OLS coefficients. It's substantially better. And it has offered a much better fit compared to the two nested models. And to further validate our result, so I try to we try to compare the conditional local treatment effect of the conditional late with some non-parametric conditional late that can be directly derived from the data. So for each observed experimental cells in the data, and the conditional late, on one hand, it can be expressed using the MTRs and the propensity scores. It can also be written as a WAD estimator, and which are non-parametrically obtained from the data. And so these are a comparison, and between the MT approach estimated treatment effect and versus the WAD estimator, and that are come from the data non-parametrically. And you can see they are very comparable. Our model can recover the treatment effect and to a great accuracy level. And so at the same time, and our approach has this advantage that we can extrapolate beyond observed cells, but what estimator cannot. Now let's look at a few more specific examples about the design of the experiment using this FTR-MT approach. So the first cohort that I want to focus on is tier 1, baseline 1. And this group of people, they receive a hurdle of 2. And because they are tier 1 and baseline 1, and they are more likely to be infrequent travelers, they are not very responsive to the reward. And so this non-responsive to reward can be observed from the stay. The second graph is the, excuse me, excuse me, right? And so this graph on the top, this is the propensity, and which describe how the how reaching the hurdle, the probably reaching the hurdle vary and with different reward levels. And the second, the graph in the middle, describe the incremental states when we vary different reward levels. Finally, the last one is the incremental profit when we vary the reward levels. And because these infrequent customers, infrequent travelers, they are unresponsive to reward. And so you can see that in the middle and the state are pretty much stay flat. And when we vary when we change the reward levels. And so remember, our approach give a bounds and rather than a point estimate. So that's why we have this band instead of straight lines. And so
about 2 minutes.
Okay. So even though the reward does not affect the incremental states, the promotion cost incurred anyway due to those always takers. And they don't provide incremental states, but they claim the reward point because they cross the hurdle anyway. So as a result, so you can see the profit actually decreasing when we increase the reward. And so the optimal reward level for this group of people should be 0. Now, let's look at another example. And this is for tier 2, baseline 2, and hurdle 3. And these are moderate travelers. They are more responsive to reward, which can be shown, which can be seen from the increasing propensity when we increase the reward level. And so in this case, the reward only affects state. I mean, remember that reward only affects state indirectly and through their impact on the unobservables, how they induce the different group of marginal customers and to reach the hurdle. And for the nested model, and when there is no unobservables, right, and which is this maroon color, right, and in the middle, you can see the reward offer no direct effect on states. So the state curves remain, the incremental state remain flat. But it's not the same case for the other 2 models. But one thing that I want to highlight is the nested model. And even though they are, I mean, remember they have plural fit. But more importantly, they will provide incorrect and the profit and the reward levels. And they predict the profit and peak levels are way too high, and as high as 100% and 50% in comparison to the full model, which is in the orange. And the classic models, such as the Heckman models or the IPW model, the inverse propensity weighting model, and will have the same problem. So finally, and let's take a look at another comparison, and which is a comparison between 2 cohorts. And one cohort we have seen on the last slide. Another cohort is cohort here for baseline 3 and the hurdle 4. So if we compare the incremental states and the incremental profit, you can see the ranking of the profit prediction has reversed. And so in the previous cohort, and the full model will predict the lowest profit. But for this cohort, the full model will predict the highest profit level. And another thing is the full model, the reward, it's actually the reward, excuse me, the reward effect on state and has a reversed, has a reverse direction. On one hand, this one is increasing in reward, this one is decreasing in reward. And so the reason is our model is able to capture, the full model is able to capture more flexible patterns of behaviors. And the higher reward and attract the different customers. On the left, the state increases with the reward level. In this case, it could be the case due to the higher reward and the promotion attract customers and they switch from other hotels. On the right, and the state decreases and with the reward. In this case, it could be the case, the same customers, and when they are when they attracted, when they are incentivized by the promotion, even though they cross the hurdle, but they only add some incremental trips, and but has pulled down the overall average of the number of stays. So with that, I conclude the talk. And so in this project, and we try to consider compliance promotions, which are common in marketing. Optic design needs extrapolation beyond experimental sales, and we discuss an approach, and that is very flexible and in the process of the extrapolation, and can take care of consider different patterns of how unobservables interact with observables, influencing people reaching the hurdle, influencing how people stay. So proper and flexible specification of the unobservables, as we discussed in the when we compare them, compare the full model against the nested model, and as you can see, the proper and flexible specification of the unobservables is crucial. Because with misspecified unobservables, and we will have suboptimal design of the experiment and waste a lot of resources. With that, thank you very much. And so I look forward to your feedback.
Right. Thanks, Song.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen? Thank you. Right, so thanks for inviting me to discuss this paper. This is a fantastic paper, but also at the same time, this is a very difficult paper to present. So I think Son did a great job to explain every single detail of the paper. So I really enjoyed and also learned a lot from this paper. All right, so my job here is to convince everybody to read this paper. So what this paper does is to propose a method to estimate the optimal loyalty program. So here, the loyalty program means something like if you stay more than 8 nights, you're going to get R points of rewards. Okay, so this is a particular example, but actually the method proposed here can be applied to more general class of program design. Okay, so to do so, they run field experiments with IHG with two-sided non-compliance, where they randomly allocate R and H rewards and hurdle. Okay. Using the experimental data, now they apply a method to estimate the marginal treatment effects, MTE, which is originally developed by Jim Heckman, but recently extended by Mogstad and his co-authors. This method allows the authors to extrapolate the rate that they can estimate from the experimental data to the PRTE, policy relevant treatment effect, which is a counterfactual, basically prediction of the treatment effects. Okay, and I think this is a very, very clever application of MTE, and I'd like to see more application of the papers using the author's method. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with MTE, I'm going to start from a short introduction of MTE. Okay, any program evaluation or causal inference, we are all interested in the policy relevant treatment effects like ATE, ATT, or late. And the key point of MTE, which is the marginal effect of treatment of the marginal individual who are entering the treatment. The key point of MTE literature is that AT, ATT, late, those who are we are interested in, is actually the average of the part of the distribution of the impacts. Okay. In other words, more precisely, AT, ATT, late, those kind of things are all some sort of weighted average of the MTE. Okay, so MTE is not observed in the data, which we need to estimate from the data, but the key insight of MTE is that late or AT, ATT, those kind of things include some knowledge or information about MTE, which is not observed in the data. Okay? And once we can somehow extract the information about MTE from, say, late, then we can use that information about MTE to reconstruct the counterfactual, the policy relevant treatment effects, okay, beyond the late. So this is the extrapolation part. Okay? Using the information about MTE, we can do something beyond late. Okay. So this summarizes the typical steps to implement MTE. Okay. So first, we need to run field experiments with two-sided compliance. So this selection into the treatment is a key. That's important. Okay. And in the second step, we're going to estimate IV-like estimates. It can be IV, it can be OLS, whatever, using the experimental data. The key point here is this IV-like estimates include information about MTE. It's not observed in the data. Okay. So using this method, in a third step, we're going to estimate MTR, MTE, marginal treatment response function, or MTE, that are consistent with the IV-like estimates, which we estimated in the second step. Okay, so this part, we get the MTE estimates. Okay. Once we get an MTE, in the fourth step, we can run counterfactuals. We can reconstruct policy relevant counterfactuals using MTR as another weighted average of MTRs. Okay, so this is the typical 4 steps to implement MTR or MTE. And I think, as Stone explained, there are a lot of applications, cool applications, important applications in marketing, which we can apply this MTE method. So, for example, like electricity company, they randomly provide financial incentives to participate to a dynamic pricing tariff, and they're interested in measuring the impact of dynamic pricing tariff on electricity usage. Okay, so another example could be like e-commerce company randomly provides coupons to upgrading service, okay, and they're interested in measuring the impact of upgrading to, say, customer retention. Okay. Both examples, two-sided compliance, selection into the treatment, okay, dynamic pricing tariff, or upgrading service. The selection into the treatment is a key. Okay, and I think there are more examples. In marketing, we can apply this MTE approach. Okay, so we can use their method to answer more important marketing questions. Right, so now I'm going to move on to my comments or maybe some suggestions for the future research ideas. Okay, my first comment is about the comparison to the structural model. I'm a kind of a structural guy, so I want to see some comparison between a structural model and MTE. So the idea is something similar to a classical idea of the classical paper by Todd Walping, AER, or Duflo, Hanna, and Steve Ryan, 2012 AER. Basically, in those papers, the authors compare the ATE with the structural model estimates, and they say, look, the structural model can recover the ATE. Therefore, we can reliably use the structural model for the extrapolation or external validity check. Maybe you can do something similar in the MTE context, which is probably not tested with the data. So maybe that's, I think, important comparison. And I think in marketing, there are cool structural papers about reward program or loyalty program. So one of the examples is a Wes Hartman and Brian Beard 2007 QME paper. Their paper discusses a structural paper about the reward program design. The utility function is something like this. Okay, the gamma 0 minus gamma 1 times T minus dr plus epsilon. And I think with the experimental variation of H and R in the data, I think we can credibly estimate the structure model. I think even more flexible structure model than the original paper by West. I think the good thing about this structure model is we can run counterfactuals on H and R both, not just R as in this paper. So I think maybe some comparison between a structure model and MT might be interesting and nice to look at. This is my first comment. The second comment is something related to the first comment, which is exclusion of R rewards. You know, a key identification assumption is that R is an instrument. So R should satisfy the exclusion restriction, which affects D, but not YD, the potential outcome. You know, otherwise R cannot be working as an instrument. But when I was looking at, you know, Wes's paper, I'm a bit confused because, you know, this is a flow utility function, and price minus DR, you know, this directly enters the utility function. Okay? So to the extent that price does affect the outcome, in this case, the number of states, the price does affect the number of states, right? To the extent that the price does affect the choices, you know, R can also impact the outcome and the choices, I think. So maybe I'm missing something, but I guess some, you know, more formal discussion about how R can be excluded from the system might be beneficial and helpful for the leaders. And my last comment is more than binary treatments. I think there are some comments and questions in the chat, but you know, many marketing campaigns include more than 2 treatments. So for example, this example here, this campaign has 3 treatments, okay? More than binary treatments. And as long as I can tell, the current approach may not work for more than binary treatments. At least it's not that straightforward to extend the current approach, I guess. So maybe extending this current method to the cases where we have more than 2 treatments might be interesting and also important in practice. All right, that said, I think, again, this is a very clever application of MT to a very important marketing question. And I think, as I said, this method can be applied to other settings in marketing, where selection and compliance is important. And on top of that, the paper is very well written, which is very helpful as a discussant. And also the empirical implementation is very rigorously executed. So I think that everybody should read this paper, and maybe we should talk about this paper in any marketing PhD courses. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the discussion. So I just want to have a quick response to your second comment regarding the rewards being satisfied the exclusion restriction. The reason why we think that assumption is more likely to be satisfied, and I want to clarify, this reward and is a bonus reward, and that can only use that for future stays. And also this is, well, when you stay and you got irregular points, so this is beyond the regular points. So this is a bonus, additional bonus.
I see.
Yeah, also we also implemented a set of robustness checks and to make sure that R and that does not make people say accelerate consumption or trying to reach to the goal, trying to reach the hurdle, etc. And so with that set of robustness tests, and we are fairly confident that the exclusion restriction of the R is satisfied in our paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think there's a question in the chat box. Maybe someone can handle an answer.
Yeah, what other? Oh, yeah, Jason already responded. And so one other question, what if one estimate flex? Yeah, So I think Jason covered well. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And thank you. And the session is over. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. Take care. Thank you for organizing.
Including, oh, okay, so seems that I start early, including marketing efficiency, organizational performance, election results, social networking, and forming relationship. Among these, we zoom into charisma because charisma is a sparkle in people that money can buy. Indeed, charisma is a broad concept and it can contain a lot of different concepts, but is also essentially from any of these concepts alone. For instance, charisma can be similar to success, but it is also different from success because success emphasizes hierarchy, while charisma emphasizes more on interpersonal influence. Also, charisma can contain the meaning of popularity, but it is also different from popularity because popularity means being well-liked, while charisma emphasizes more on being trusted and respected. Charisma is also similar, but essentially different from attractiveness because attractiveness focuses more on external short-term influence, while charisma emphasizes more on multifaceted and long-term impact. Charisma can also be perceived from in different ways, including voice, face, and body language. Among the we focus on face because mainly because of data availability given current wide application of images online, and also because face is really important in first impression, and also face serves as a stable identity in a relationship. So here are our research questions. First, can we extract facial attributes from a person's face image and quantify them? And second, what are the key dimensions and the rank? Sorry, since that someone is unmute. And second, what are the key dimensions and the ranks in the facial attributes that constitute charisma? Here, that would focus more on prediction and correlation instead of causal inference. And third, can a scalable model be developed for rapid charisma classification of the face images? So here is our theoretical framework. We have drawn 11 feature features from literature on psychology, economy, and marketing. And we theoretically connect these 11 feature features with charisma using 6 personality traits as mediators. Note that here attractiveness is proved with small but positive correlation with charisma. So although theoretically it isn't within the domain of personality trait, we still include it as a mediator between facial features and charisma. So for instance, facial width to height ratio has been theoretically proved to be correlating positively with dominance, generosity, and aggressiveness, but also has a negative correlation with trustworthiness. And based on past literature, dominance, generosity, and trustworthiness can all improve charisma, while aggressiveness has a negative correlation with charisma. So therefore, we can see that actually theoretically, there is diverging effect in terms of facial width to height ratios impact on charisma. And such divergent effect is finally made clear by our model. Another example is mouse chain distance. Based on past literature, a longer mouse chain distance is perceived with more competence, more dominance, but less attractiveness. And competence, dominance, all theoretically and attractiveness all theoretically correlate positively with charisma. So still, we can see that there is divergent effect here, which is also made clear by our model. This is a roadmap preview of our paper. First, in the prediction step, we try to build a deep learning model for predicting charisma score. And then in the interpretation step, first, we try to measure the direction of association between facial features and charisma. And then we try to calculate the strength of association between facial features and charisma. Finally, in the mechanism step, we test theories on relations between facial features and charisma. We also try to validate our model on external data sets and see whether our charisma score can predict outcomes of interest, including the Instagram influencer data set, where the outcome of interest is influencer reputation or the number of followers. And also on the LinkedIn data set, where the outcome of interest is organizational hierarchy. So here is our data.
Hi, Xiaohang.
Yeah.
Yeah, may I ask one question? So can you give a more, a more specific example on what do you mean by charisma here, like the specific definition? I know some papers like the facial features, they talk about like how your facial features related with the attractiveness. There, the attractiveness is more about like how when we interact with people, like the how I can, or maybe the likeness, or maybe the trustness. So here, I'm still a little bit confused. Do you mind using like one example so that I can have in mind to understand your method?
Yeah, sure. So charisma means more, but like have a larger interpersonal influence and being well trusted and respected, and also a multifaceted long-term influence on people. For instance, Clinton is proved with high charisma. So we can see that actually he's well respected and trusted, and also he's well liked and by a lot of people, especially every time people feel like Clinton is a president that can be trust, and also Clinton seems to have a long influence on people instead of some, unlike say some engineers, they may not, they may have a large contribution to our society, but they may not be well liked, or say they may not be very good at interpersonal relationship, or they don't have exert a good interpersonal influence on other people, but they indeed contribute a lot. Yeah, but they're less good at interpersonal relationship. So I would say that charisma means you've got exert some long-term and also multifaceted influence on people. You're well trusted and well respected by people. Does that make it clear?
Yeah.
Like clear?
Yeah, cool. I think you can. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your great question. Okay. So for the data, we use celebrity as a proxy for charisma. Therefore, we use 3 online open source celebrity facial images and 6 online open source non-celebrity facial images with some examples shown at the bottom. So here I'd like to make a quick clarification in terms of why we use celebrity as a label for charisma, because first, based on a vast range of literature, celebrity icons possess a charismatic power that transcends time and space. And also, a second, sometimes human readers have cognitive biases and diversified personal tastes. And more importantly, currently no better solution can be provided except using large online source celebrity and non-celebrity data sets for quantifying charisma, because we want large data sets instead of like a small sample in experiment. And also, actually, some people may have concern about composition, professional quality that differ between celebrity versus non-celebrity facial images, and such differences are actually corrected during the data pre-processing stages. And also, we're using a wide variety of different data sets, as shown in the previous slide, for celebrity and non-celebrity, which to some extent counterbalance the difference of the shooting conditions. And some of the celebrity photos are also shot in the wild, with not with very professional and strict conditions, while some photos for non-celebrities are shot in a very professional and strict conditions. So we will say that the shooting condition can vary a lot, both for celebrity and non-celebrity images. And that's why we think our method is currently the optimal solution for quantifying charisma at a very large scale. So here are our data pre-processing steps. First, we detect the face, and then we align it and rotate it, crop it, and finally conduct the luminance normalization. So next is our prediction step. So in this prediction step, we built a charisma score prediction model using deep learning. Our backbone structure is the state-of-art ResNet 50. And the output is a binary classification in terms of celebrity versus non-celebrity. And we also use this output probability for as a proxy for charisma score. And the reason has been explained previously. And I like to quickly draw your attention to the customized stance layer, which consists of 15 nodes connecting the input facial image with the final charisma score, which will be quite important in our next interpretation step. So here is our hyperparameter tuning results, and the previous model is actually selected after we try a bunch of different backbone structures, different combinations of pre-processing steps, different optimizers, and finally select the one with a high stability on optimization curve and also a high accuracy on the test sample. In the second interpretation step, first, we try to calculate the direction of association between facial features and charisma. To be more specific, we first construct 2 groups of facial images with one diverging feature and all other features controlled to a certain level for each of the 11 facial features. And then using these two groups of facial images as input, we calculate their mean charisma score and compare it to, so that to derive the correlation between the direction of a correlation between facial feature and charisma. So we can see that here, facial width to height ratio, thin draw, mouse nose distance, baby facedness, and averageness all have a negative correlation with charisma. Next, still based on the previously constructed two groups of features.
Hi, Xiaohang. I'm sorry. I have another question. So how do you deal with, I mean, because I think, I don't know whether you all the facial image pictures, they are taken using the same photographers, the roles. Like for example, maybe the same faces, if it's the passport photos, then it might be not that, or maybe not that attractive. But if it's like a very good photographer, then took a very great photos, then maybe it's a different story. Can you elaborate how you deal with the photo itself, the effect?
Oh yeah, sure. So this is partly explained by my previous slides on why we choose celebrity as label for charisma. So actually, the shooting conditions are indeed important. So that's why we have correct for it during the data pre-processing step. And also, as I mentioned, because we're using a wide range of different facial images, so the effects you mentioned are somewhat counterbalanced in this by this wide variety of different data sets and the large scale of the data sets, which means that in general, or say at the population level, the celebrity facial images are more charismatic, while the non-celebrity facial images are less charismatic. In the celebrity facial data sets, some photos may be more attractive, some may be less attractive, but they are in general much more charismatic than the non-celebrity facial images. And so that's how we conduct our binary classification, or say large scale classification.
Can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, sure.
Now, charisma for movie actors could mean one thing, and charisma for tennis stars might mean a different thing.
Yeah.
Are you including all kinds of things, or are you only focusing on models and movie stars?
Oh yeah, sure. That's a very a crucial question. Like, how do charisma apply in different contexts? So actually, when training our classification model, we are including all different contexts, but later we also validate our model in both entertainment industry and also in the business context. So we have proved that our model can be well applied in different domains. And we are also considering for future direction of applying our model for perhaps political icons for further validation.
One other question, if you take the same model and go across countries to India or China, do you think you'll get good predictions?
Oh yeah, that's also a very crucial question. So actually we have tried to conduct, so perhaps I better go to like across race and gender. We have tried to make some comparisons. Yeah, here across race and gender, and indeed there are of course some differences exist, and because because our data set, our online data set consists most of white people, so of course there are biases that exist, and so we also included as a step of bias mitigation, where we try to employ grayscale facial images for mitigating the difference between white and black people, say facial images across races. And this is also one of the future directions we like to pursue.
Okay, thank you.
So so you're training the data using actual celebrities, but then you're applying it to business context and whatnot, right? You're not, there's no celebrities in business, right?
Yeah, we're applying it to a holdout set of LinkedIn profile images, but of course this is not included in our training sample.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So still based on the previous constructed two groups of feature images with one diverging feature and all the features controlled to a certain level, we, as a further step, we try to make the connections between these features and the 50 nodes as previously emphasized in the customized dense layer. To do this, we use the two group of feature images and look at the values of the 50 nodes in the customized dense layer and try to calculate the Weierstrass distances of distributions. And the active nodes that capture the difference are the ones with the largest Weierstrass distances. For instance, for long versus wide face, or say for the feature of facial width to height ratio, node 7, 13, 16, 17, and 20 are the ones that are most active. So here the table on the right panel is a summary of the feature node connections. Here we can actually observe that non-linear relationship exists between features and nodes, as some nodes correspond to more than one features. Next, so based on these visual feature and node connections, we try to calculate the contribution of each visual feature to charisma. So first, we input, of course, the feature images into our deep learning classification model. Then we obtain the values of the 50 nodes, and using these 50 nodes as input, we use an explanatory artificial intelligence method called shape additive explanation, the SHAP method, which can give us the contribution or say a node importance for each of the 50 nodes. And then based on the visual feature and node connections, we can calculate the weighted SHAP value for each of the visual feature, which is feature importance to the final charisma score. To be more specific, here is the equation for calculating feature SHAP, which as we can see clearly is a weighted sum of node SHAP values. And then based on the feature SHAP, we can finally rank the 11 visual features based on their contribution to the final charisma score at the population level. We can see that here visual width to height ratio comes to first, and then sexual dimorphism ranks the second, and averageness ranks the third, and so on. And aforementioned results are only at the population level. Of course, individual heterogeneity exists. But such individual heterogeneity, of course, is also consistent with the general results at the population level. For instance, for this male face, we can see this bar plot shows the feature value of each of the 50 nodes, and also the final charisma score predicted using this male face as input. We can see that this male is relatively charismatic with a charisma score as high as 0.8. And among the nodes and that's shown in the red bar, which are the nodes that are improving or say driving up this male's charisma score, we can see that node 13, 17, 20, and 16 are all active nodes. And these nodes, based on the previous feature node connection, all correlate, all are active nodes for feature width to height ratio. And as we previously have shown, feature width to height ratio has a negative correlation with charisma. So indeed here, we can see that this man has a small feature width to height ratio, and which means he is theoretically more trustworthy and less aggressive. And that's why he's having a relatively high charisma score. And the same logic applies to other features and nodes. So here are more examples. Note that here, still the red bar shows the nodes that are driving up the input phase's charisma score, while the blue bar shows the nodes that are driving down the input phase's charisma score. Next is our mechanism step, where we try to make theoretical and empirical comparisons between visual features and charisma. So here, for instance, for facial width to height ratio, previously we have shown that theoretically there is diverging effect between in terms of visual width to height ratios impact on final charisma. And here, based on our empirical results, such diverging effect is made clear, as we have shown that the visual width to height ratio has a negative correlation with charisma, which means that the total effect of aggressiveness and trustworthiness is larger than the total effect of dominance and generosity as mediators. So, also, some of our empirical findings contradict previous theoretical conclusions. Based on past literature, averageness correlate positively with attractiveness, and attractiveness correlate positively with charisma, which means in general, averageness should improve charisma score. But based on our empirical finding, we find that actually averageness has a negative correlation with charisma. And actually, based on one of the papers among the stream of research on averageness, this finding can also be explained to some extent because they have argued that average faces are good looking, are attractive to some extent, but not highly attractive. And this may explain our finding. So here is a summary table of our findings. For time reason, I'm not going to stay here. Next is the model validation part. So first, we try to validate our model in the context of entertainment industry. So we use Instagram selfie posts, and we try to see how charisma score correlate with the follower count, which is a good variable for demonstrating the influencer reputation. So we have tried to control for whatever we can control for, including the gender and attractiveness of influencer, their popularity, and the image aesthetics and techniques of the posts, and the text length, readability, and richness of the post description, and also textual sentiment. And we even control for face beauty of the influencer. And still, charisma shows a positive and significant effect on follower count, which well validated our model. And also, we try to further validate our model, not only in the internal context, but also in the business context. So this time, we try to use profile images from LinkedIn of both C-suite executives and average employees. And as we expected, the mean charisma score predicted for C-suite executives is much higher than the mean charisma score for average employees, which means that our model can also be well applied in the business context. So there are two examples shown on the right panel. So the male face in the first row is from a C-suite executive, and we can see that this executive is relatively charismatic with a charisma score as high as 0.77, and note 25 and 49, which correspond to large eyes, are indicates the feature that is driving up this executive's charisma score. As for the male in the second row, which is an average employee, his charisma score is relatively low, around 0.2. If we look at the nodes in the blue bar, we can see that node 1320 are the nodes that are driving down this male's charisma score, which correspond to facial width to height ratio. Indeed, as we previously proved, facial width to height ratio correspond negatively with charisma, and here we can see that indeed this male has a wide, let's say a large facial width to height ratio, and that's why this feature is driving down his charisma score. Okay. Next. So our contribution can be summarized both theoretically and methodologically. We systematically establish a nonlinear relationship between charisma and facial features, and we provide a way of analyzing trade-off effects among personality traits. And also we solve the theoretically diverging correlation between facial features and charisma, and we also support theoretical correlations between facial features and charisma. And most importantly, methodologically, we develop a deep learning model with high accuracy that can be scaled to large and unstructured data. But more interesting is our managerial implications. So we have proposed two metrics, including charisma score and feature shape, that can be applied to different contexts, including advertising star selection, influencer marketing, leader selection, election result prediction, and star style design. For instance, we can use the feature shape, which tell us which feature is driving down the star's charisma score, as a reference for designing the star's makeup style, so that we can locally adjust these stars feature to further improve the star's charisma score. In conclusion, first we predict charisma score using by developing a deep learning model with high accuracy, which achieves 95.5% on test set. And also we validated our classification model on both influencer data set and linking data set. And also in the interpretation step, we try to interpret the direction and strengths of association between features and charisma. We derive a charisma formula to measure feature contribution, and we look at different features contribution to charisma, both at the population level and also at the individual level. Especially we have shown some examples of individual heterogeneity. And also in the mechanism step, we provide a comprehensive consolidation of a prior knowledge on the association between features and charisma, which help us to learn trade-off effects among personality traits. And finally, we propose 2 core metrics produced automatically and scaled easily from managerial practices, including charisma score, which can aid decision-making in selecting individuals or images, or feature shape, which rank feature contributions and find features that need adjustment. And currently, we're actually working on experiments to further validate our conclusions and findings. And there are also other limitations and future work, including first, the application problem. Some people may argue that charisma may not be applied equally to all contexts. And so perhaps for a future direction, we can collect politicians, executives, and religious leaders' data for further validation. And also a few of the features had a surprising empirical relationship with charisma, as shown previously. For instance, averageness is proved theoretically positive, correlating with charisma, but actually has been found with a negative correlation empirically with charisma. And also other relationships between facial features and personality traits are worth exploring. And finally, several facial features have theoretical correlations with more than one personality trait, and subsequently exert composite effects on charisma, as I have explained before. So future research may want to investigate trade-off mechanism and thus deepen our understanding of the charisma score and feature shape metrics. So this is the end of my presentation. I sincerely welcome and thanks for any of the questions.
Hi, Xiaohang. I have a question about your interpretation step. So, like in your study, you draw the connection between the nodes in the second to last layer and the facial features by looking at which nodes are activated, right?
Yeah.
And so I have a question about the robustness of this step. For example, if you choose a different optimizer, like maybe using SGD, and you may get a model with a slightly lower prediction accuracy, but it may still have a high prediction accuracy, for example, still larger than 90%. And in this model, well, you'll find that the activated nodes will be very different. And if the activated nodes will be very different, will that affect your final weights in the Shapley value?
Oh yeah, sure. The robustness is of course a very important problem. Well, so actually, instead of say, so first, I think our robustness is to some extent ensured by our large data set. And also, instead of say changing the optimizers, we try to validate our model using external data sets as previously shown. Yeah, but I think your suggestion of perhaps looking at activation values using different optimizer is a good way to further validate our model, and we may try in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your question.
Xiaohang, may I ask another question?
Yeah, sure, thank you.
So I'm just thinking of how I should interpret the results. So based on my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. So we think the celebrities has high charisma, and then I think we classify them into several facial features. Then I think because the features, they are limited, then if we think about the faces, I mean, in the world, the celebrities, they are indeed just a tiny part of the whole people in the population. Then it's totally possible that in the non-celebrity, we also find maybe you have the same facial features as these celebrities, then, or maybe a lot. Then does that mean that there might exist, I mean, a strong the unobserved part that may be related with the features you attracted? you extracted from the facial features, but that is indeed explain the charisma. I don't know whether you see my point.
So do you mean some other unobserved
it's basically saying that, so some unobserved or maybe more underlying stuff that we don't observe, that is indeed the determination of the charisma. Because as I said, I just think the celebrity, they are indeed just a tiny part. Then if we look at non-celebrities, I mean, with this the limited the facial features, with high probability we'll find another group of the faces that with the same facial characteristics, but we classify them into a not how to say lower charisma scores, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I think this is a quite interesting problem. So do you mean some latent factors or
exactly yeah
sure. So that's indeed very important. So actually charisma, as I mentioned very early, that charisma can be actually perceived from different ways, including voice, face, body language, also expression. So actually we're only looking at the face. So our conclusions are just say we try to measure charisma, like the correlation between face and charisma to some extent, but also we're not saying that we are making any causal inference, or we're saying that we try to exactly quantify charisma. We're just trying to find or say predict the correlation between facial features and charisma.
Okay, cool.
Does that explain your question?
Oh yeah, it helps further understand your points. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a quick question / comment. So if, let's say you take my picture, and you get a particular charisma score, and then you take a different picture of me, is it possible to get a different charisma score?
Well, as I meant, yeah, I think this is a very crucial question. And as I mentioned before, because face is a relatively stable identity of people, so very likely your charisma score won't change very much, because also we will, also your face may be photo may be taken under different shooting conditions, but because we go through some data pre-processing steps, your charisma score actually may not vary very largely, because actually in our data set, it also consists of some celebrities under different shooting conditions, but their charisma score are always very high and won't vary very largely. But still there can be small variations, because sometimes perhaps with different facial expressions, your eyes can be smaller or larger as detected by the computer. Yeah, but they won't vary very large to some extent. Yeah, but actually we are also pursuing another direction, say how charisma change with time, which is a very interesting future topic we're likely to pursue. Thank you for your question.
You.
Should I start the discussion, Nanda? Since there doesn't appear to be other questions.
Venki, you are the boss.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were the charismatic guy, Nanda.
Well, I'm not saying you're charismatic. I'm just saying you're the boss.
Okay, all right. Is my screen visible? Okay. All right. Yeah, I can't see your faces. Nanda, can you give me an approval if it's okay? Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, first, thank you very much, Shawan, and your co-authors for a really exciting paper. For the first time, I was really able to read this paper and feel really depressed because, I'm just kidding, because I tried this on my own picture and needless to say, my charisma score was very low. I'm just kidding. But here's the synopsis of the paper. It's a three-step empirical analysis of human faces using computer vision methods to predict charisma, right? Which is what we've heard all these 45 minutes, right? What is it doing at its core? At its core, it's a deep learning model trained on a ResNet 50 database on 6,000 each of celebrity and non-celebrity images, right? So this model tries to predict very high accuracy, 95.5% predictive accuracy. And it goes beyond that, right? In what way does it go beyond that? It is the interpretation of the facial features that affect charisma, right? And over and above that, this paper talks about the mechanism behind this relationship between features and charisma, right? And what it finds are some very interesting results, right? One is the facial width to height ratio and baby faceness and thin jaw. These are the three features that are negatively correlated with charisma. And what are the features that are positively correlated with charisma, according to the paper? Sexual dimorphism, which is basically the systematic difference between male and female genders, particularly for human faces, and dark skin color, large eyes. All these three have very positive effects on charisma, right? And moreover, the paper finds that personality traits mediate the effects of these facial features on charisma. So the paper shows a number of personality traits and then finds that contrary to prior research, the averageness of facial faces is negatively correlated with charisma, right? Which is what was the original prediction. Before that was positively correlated. So on the whole, the paper is doing a very rigorous job of analyzing human faces and connecting them with charisma, but coming up with interesting findings, right? So key features, the three-step framework, which consists of prediction, interpretation, and mechanism. And as we heard from Xiao Hong, that these three steps are necessary for us to not only build a good predictive model, but also to calculate the direction and strength of association of the features and charisma. And they're using the SHAP algorithm and to basically make this interpretation. And finally, use that to compare the results with the theories. And that's where the mechanism really goes in the paper, right? And this was the big framework that Shawan laid out. 11 facial features translating into different positive and negative effects on charisma, but mediated by 6 personality traits. And some are positive, some are negative, right? And the essential architecture are the classification model, because it's a celebrity, non-celebrity classification model as the output. And take all the ResNet 50 image set and use the customized dense layer to make the classification into 2 bins, celebrity and non-celebrity. Now, why is this a good paper? Here are some reasons, at least some of the reasons. First of all, this is an important topic for marketers because in marketing, we use celebrity endorsements, advertising campaigns. Face is very important in all of these campaigns. So it is very important for marketers to know, to be able to predict and explain, okay? And unlike many deep learning models or papers, AI papers, it goes beyond prediction to include interpretation and mechanism, right? And it also builds on theories with personality as mediator. So that's the theoretical component that it brings in. Another good feature of this paper is that parameter tuning process is very comprehensive, right? Which is a very important element in most deep learning models because you have to be able to predict and you have to be, it has to be stable. So for example, it uses backbone structures, different pre-processing techniques, change optimizers that she talked about earlier on, different data sets. In fact, it uses 2 different types of data sets and 9 data sets in all, right? And different number of nodes and dense layers. All these point out to a very comprehensive parameter tuning, right? And the way in which it connects the nodes in the neural networks to theory features is also interesting and novel, right? So that's good about this paper. And finally, the validation, right? Model on 2 different types and 9 data sets, 95% prediction is pretty impressive, right? So talk about face validity, right? Literally, this is very high validity, trying to predict in a test data sets, 2 different data sets. I think they use LinkedIn and the influencer data set. So the great aspects of the paper. Now, how can this paper be enhanced, right? The first and foremost step is clarity, right? This came in the form of questions by Yuting and others is what exactly is charisma, right? I know the paper tries to define charisma earlier on, but questions still remain. One of the ways to think about charisma is that charisma is a charm that can inspire devotion and follow, right? So unlike attractiveness, unlike likability, which are all, popularity that the paper talks about, the key aspect of charisma is that it somehow inspires devotion and following, right? It makes people follow this person, right? Something magical about this face, right? Something. So that's the part that, and as the Shawan rightly recognized, it's driven by not just faces, by voice, it could be actions, and that's an important part of it. Another thing that's interesting that could be added here is to include hair, because it stops at faces, but studies have shown, particularly I think in the behavioral literature, people have studied, for example, bald human beings, some bald human beings are considered very high leaders, and why are they? And so it goes on to investigate some. So it could build in the part of hair or its absence is one of the components of face to really influence charisma. It could also look into some of the overlapping facial features. For example, when we think about orthogonal features, we are talking about the 11 features that they talk about. Some of them could have high correlations with one another. The same holds true for personality dimensions, right? So if you think about some of the personality dimensions that the paper looks at, dominance and aggressiveness, for example, they could be quite high correlated, right? A dominant individual could also be aggressive and vice versa. So is there some way for this to be kind of pruned or tuned in here, right? Finally, we saw that face is only one element of charisma, right? Defining driver of charisma. So if you could also look at actions in addition to face and personality. I don't know if you can get data on this actions. For example, this goes back to Murthy's questions earlier on about different cultures in different parts of the world and different spheres. People talked about entertainment versus sports, versus politics. All of these, the kinds of notes that are followed are very different. So that could also drive charisma in that. And in terms of technical aspects, one possibility is to use the second last layer weights as because as each note's importance for the outcomes. Since they end up being more influential, that could be used as a primary driving force. And the paper could also think about a model for predicting charisma with unlabeled data. All of them are based on labeled data. So is there any way that this can be used with unlabeled data to make better predictions, right? Also, I understand from the same set of authors, or at least a common set of authors, there's another paper on the attractiveness premium, right? Which is about attractiveness using facial images. And I think because there is this clarity issue between charisma and attractiveness, the paper could bring that paper and say how this is different from that paper so that this contribution stands out. So that's all I have for the limited time being. So let me stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Professor Shankar. This is super helpful, and we'll consider your great suggestions for further research.
You're welcome. I'll be happy to email you the slides if that's will help.
Oh yeah, sure, that would be super helpful. Thank you so much.
I think you have some comments you want to address, Mohsen, as a comment.
Yeah, sure. I think this is a really great suggestion in terms of cosmetic surgeries. And currently we haven't have access to that data, but if we can have access, then I think that would be a really great help for our paper.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Nancy Pelosi comes to my mind.
I want you to give me a charismatic score on this.
Actually, I have a better one than that.
This is the celebrity picture that he has. So.
Yeah, I'm sure this will give to a very high charisma score.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
I'm flattered. Actually, I did myself, and I felt good about it till my daughter pointed out that I was looking at the wrong picture, and the picture turned out to be Shah Rukh Khan. So.
Thank you. We will make sure that Flora use that photo as an example of a celebrity photo next time.
Thank you, Shunyan. Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there is no further question, I think next presenter can begin.
Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this paper here at the conference. So this is a paper, this is a joint work with my co-author Haiyan Liu from USF and Hong Luo from HBS. And so this paper is about understanding whether car ownership history information can help mitigate the information asymmetry problem in the secondary durable goods market. So let me start. All right. So, okay. So this is really ages-old problem. Basically, there's this information asymmetry problem between the sellers and the buyers in the secondary durable goods market. And so what do we have in our mind here is markets for used cars, boats, houses, sports cars, used tools, etc. And so in these markets, there's typically information asymmetry between sellers and buyers, and that can lead to adverse selection and the market inefficiency. So in general, this kind of information asymmetry not just limited to secondary durable goods market, and also the relevance of ownership history or history information are not just limited to secondary durable goods market. It can be also relevant, for example, for the labor market. So you also have the employment history for potential employees, and when the employers are hiring on the labor market, they can potentially also look at the employment history information. So our study in this paper can also be relevant for those markets as well. So for secondary durable goods market, there are already some institutions in place that can help mitigate the problem of information asymmetry and the induced inefficiency in the market. For example, so there are firm reputation. There are also expert certification that can be used to help mitigate these problems. So what we study in this paper is how commercial product history information, so basically product history information provided by third-party information vendors, may impact the efficiency of this secondary durable goods markets. And similar implications can be drawn for labor markets as well. Okay, so our empirical context here is the used car market, and this is really a classic example of a lemon market where buyers are concerned about potential adverse selection in the market. Basically, cars in the market used cars in the market tend to be cars with some problems, right? So this is a problem not just for the buyers, but also for used car dealers, because they know that buyers are concerned, and that will lead to a challenge for them to sell used cars. And for these markets, there are some information vendors like a Carfax and AutoCheck in the market that provides car history information for car buyers. So in the past, most of these car information vendors target the car buyers directly and try to sell them a car history information. But over time, their strategies changed. They're starting to target more at used car dealers. So they basically want to sell these car history information directly to dealers and ask the dealers to provide them for free to used car buyers. Okay. So what's also relevant in our empirical context is these third-party online advertising platforms for used cars. So in our case here is cars.com, which is a advertising website where used car dealers often advertise their entire inventory on these online platforms. So there's a exclusive agreement signed between Carfax and cars.com. So under the agreement, if a used car dealer want to advertise its inventory on cars.com, then they have to use, if they supply free car history information for car buyers, they need to actually buy from Carfax. They cannot provide car history information, for example, from alternative information vendors. So here's a sample of the so-called vehicle history report from Carfax. You can see from these history reports, you can see, for example, information about whether accident occurred before, how many owners a car has had, service records, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the goal of this paper is to to study the causal impact of the free provision of such vehicle history reports by dealers on the outcome of the used car retail market. So let me see. So we are especially interested in three measurements of market outcomes. The first one is the extent of adverse selection. Second one is transaction efficiency. And lastly is the quality of the match between buyers and sellers. So whether the free provision of these vehicle history information has an impact on market outcome depends on, first of all, whether these history reports have any information content. Do they provide any information on the latent quality of the cars? And second, whether car buyers actually get it, whether they respond to such history information. Okay, so in general, there are two types of information in these vehicle history reports. The first one is basically explicit information such as accident or damage records. If a car had an accident before, for example, in this case, during the ownership of the second owner, there was an accident reported and recorded here. So those information can directly be linked to the latent car quality. If a car had an accident before, potentially the quality can be lower than a car without an accident. The second type of information is implicit information, which is mainly the ownership history in our case here. So the question is whether ownership history can signal quality. And so what we have here are the number of prior owners, like it can be either a one owner car or multiple owner car. And also the length, the ownership length of each one of the previous owners. And in this case, you can see in the figure here, there were two owners, and one had the car for 2 years and 9 months, the other had it for only 7 months. So the question is like, so the fact that the car had two owners before, and also the second owner only owned it for 7 months, then wanted to sell the car. Does that provide a signal for quality for car buyers? Okay, intuitively, these information seems to provide some information for quality for car buyers. For example, so these are quotes we got from an online car forum, a used car forum for buyers. For example, you can see here, this buyer was saying that I would be concerned buying a new vehicle that has changed hands multiple times, right? So if a relatively new car has changed hands multiple times, then maybe there's some problem with that particular car. So that means if a relatively new car had multiple prior owners, then that can be a negative signal for the latent quality. And the second quote here says that if a car was owned by the last owner for less than 1 year, chances are that if the owner unloaded the car in such a shorter period of time, there's a reason why that took place. So this is a quote from a dealer, seems to be an experienced dealer. Then it suggests that, well, the length of the ownership also can be a signal for car quality. So this is some evidence that it seems that participants in this market do get it, that the ownership history information can be used to infer the latent car quality. And then theoretically, there's this paper by Handel and his co-authors from Review of Economic Studies 2005. And so they show that in a model, in an equilibrium model with some car manufacturers, many car owners, ownership history can actually be a perfect signal for car quality in the market equilibrium. Of course, when they get this result, they assume that, well, in that market, car buyers don't buy, so I should not say car buyers, consumers actually don't buy cars. The manufacturers offer a specific menu of contracts to consumers, and consumers will be renting cars instead of buying cars. But under that condition, then consumers with different values for quality will be matched with different levels of quality for the cars. And the number of times that a consumer, so a number of times a car has changes hand will then perfectly signal quality. Because in that market, consumers have no intention to keep a car whose quality has depreciated, right? Because they're under rental contracts. Whenever they notice there's a depreciation in quality, they can just return the car to the manufacturer and get another car with the targeted level of quality. So the number of times a car that has changed hands perfectly signal quality in market equilibrium. And even in the typical market of used cars, the number of times the car has changed hands can also signal quality, even though it does not signal quality perfectly. So this is basically a theory model where we can see that a market in an equilibrium where consumers have a heterogeneous value for quality, and the motivation for trading can be more than just selling lemon goods to uninformed consumers. Then the number of times, the ownership history can actually signal quality as well in the market equilibrium. So okay, so what we are interested in this paper is to empirically analyze whether the provision of these car history information can impact the market outcome. And specifically, we're interested in these three outcomes here. First is the price. Second one is how long does it take for the dealer to sell a used car. And the last one is the chances of a buyer resell a car quickly after purchase. So the last one will be a metric for the quality of match between car buyers and the car quality. So so we expect that provision of these free provision of these vehicle history information can lead to less adverse selection in the market, a stronger correlation between price and the latent quality. And specifically in our case here, because we don't observe the latent quality, there should be a stronger correlation between price and the vehicle history reported content after the provision of free Carfax reports by the dealers. But the impact on the average price can be ambiguous, because if it is a good car, then the information after the revelation of the history information, the car price can be higher. If it's a bad car, according to the history report, then the price after the revelation of the history information can be lower. And also, if we think more about the provision of history information with more information, then there are lower information friction that can lead to more competition, which will lead to lower price. But in the meantime, if there's more information which will lead to better matching between cars and car buyers, then that can lead to a higher match value and also higher price. So the impact on the average listing price can be ambiguous. In terms of the impact on time to sell, we expect the impact to be negative. So it will, with the provision of free Carfax reports, the dealers will take a shorter time to sell their cars, because better matching and less uncertainty can mean shorter time, will take shorter time for the dealer to sell their cars. Okay, so give me a second. Sorry, so let me. sorry, I apologize for the issue. Okay, so we expected that with the free provision of our Carfax history information, the time to sell a car will be shorter. And lastly, because of the additional information that the Carfax reports provides, we expect the match between the quality of match between cars and the car buyers will be better. Basically, if you are a car buyer who know nothing about repairing cars, then you will be less likely to be matched with a car with potential problems. Right. So if you are somebody who's more price sensitive but know more about cars, then you don't worry about repairing some small problems with the cars. Then you may likely be repaired with a car matched with the car with lower price but potentially some small problems. So we expect the free provision of the car history information lead to better matches between cars and the buyers. And as a result, there will be smaller resale probability after the provision of the car ownership history information. All right. Okay, so the data we got we use in this analysis comes from cars.com. So we have the data from 2008, September 2008 to December 2011 from 3 local markets. So basically, we got detailed information on every car, including the prices, car attributes, and their duration on the market. And importantly, we have information on whether a free vehicle history report is made available by the dealer for each car. So that's crucial for our analysis. And also, we bought the vehicle history reports for all the cars in our sample. And so we not only have the dummy variable indicating the different types of car histories, but also we bought this the vehicle history reports extend to 2013, but the sales period is from 2008 to 2011. So because we were extending beyond 2011, we know whether we can know from the vehicle history report whether a car was resold after the purchase, for example, in 2011, sometime later. Okay, so we can see there are different patterns of dealers' policy of disclosing vehicle history report. We can see some dealers like dealer 1 here, they are not providing free vehicle history report at all and in our sample period, whereas dealer 2 provides free reports for almost all their cars, all the cars in their inventory. And then dealer 3 experienced a switch in their policy. They were switching from providing no free reports to providing free reports for all their cars. And then there are also dealer 4 who switched from providing free reports to not providing any free history reports. And then also dealer 5 who seems to be providing free reports selectively for the cars in their inventory. Okay, so because of all these different policies in disclosing vehicle history reports or providing free vehicle history reports, we want to be very careful, especially, for example, for when it comes to dealer 5 who may be making endogenous decisions in the disclosure of the history reports for their cars. Okay, so there are 2 challenges, empirical challenges here. We take care, we treat it carefully. The first one is the provision of the free VHRs by dealers. So the decision can be endogenous. So our solution here is to focus on dealers who had a clean transition in their disclosure policy. So they transition from non-disclosure to complete disclosure, or from complete disclosure to non-disclosure. So we're not going to use dealers who are selectively disclosing the history reports for the cars in our analysis. And the second one is that these history report information may be partially observable to buyers. First of all, the buyers may buy these reports by themselves. And even if they don't buy the reports, they may be able to see some, observe some information directly by when they inspect the cars. For example, if a car had multiple owners, those cars may be maintained less well, and they may see more wear and tear in the car. So those information may, the key here is that all these information from Carfax report may be entirely incremental. So, but what we're interested in is to estimate the informational impact of vehicle history report on the market outcomes. So we want to estimate the incremental impact caused by the vehicle history report. So our solution here is to control for the content of these vehicle history reports for all cars, regardless whether those reports were provided for free to the consumers. Okay, so how am I doing on time? So I have until 45. Okay, all right, so I think I have enough time. So this is our empirical framework. Okay, so this is our empirical framework. I think I thought I included some additional thing here. So basically, we're applying this difference in difference framework in our analysis by using the fact that some of the dealers in our sample switched their disclosure policy during the sample period. So in one specification, we estimate the average effect of providing free vehicle history reports to consumers. And so this is an average effect across all cars, regardless the content of the vehicle history report. In a second specification, we estimate the effect of providing free history reports by the content of the reports. So basically, we will look at the content, whether the content is about of accident or the content is about the vehicle ownership history. Then we'll look at whether these different contents have different impacts on the outcome variables. So in all these, in all our regression analysis, we include the detailed information we have on every car and also the fixed effects of car make, model, dealer, and also market, and also the listing month. So basically, we're trying to saturate the model with all these fixed effects to control as much as we can about the information about the individual cars and the other factors that may impact the outcomes of the cars. All right, so these are the information, the content in the history reports. First of all, we have indicators for whether a car had an accident before, a major accident before. So that's a explicit information about the car quality. And we also have some indicators for the ownership history. And we have a multi-owner indicator, indicates whether a car had more than one prior owners. And also we have a variable called flip, indicator variable called flip, if the last owner had the car for less than 1 year. So this may indicate some problem that the last owner saw, but it's, which make this owner less willing to hold on to this car. And there's also a flip underscore 6M. So that means the last owner hold the car for less than 6 months instead of less than 1 year. So that can be a stronger signal for problems in the car. So then we have all these content dummies, and there's a clean, basically everything is good about this car. There's only one owner, there were no accidents, there was no flipping of the car before, so nobody owned the car for less than 1 year. And we have an indicator for accident. And we also have a special indicator M0 for cars that have been produced for less than 2 years. So for these cars, they are special because you more or less can see the problem without even with the ownership history, without even looking at the history report, because you know the model year, and then you know how old this car is. If the age of the car is less than 2 years, and there are 2 owners, that means one of the owners must have owned the car for less than 1 year. So we single that out and use the M0 to indicate those cars. And then we also have M1, which is just a car that has been that are older than 2 years, and there were more than 1 owner. And M1F is a car is more than 2 years old, had more than 1 owner, and also was unloaded by the last owner after owning the car for less than 1 year. And similarly for M1F 6M. Okay, so these are the results, and so most of the results are pretty consistent with our expectation. And here, first we look at the average effect of providing free vehicle history report on the initial listing price. We don't see anything, so the impact is insignificant. And then we control for the content of the vehicle history report. We see that the cars with multiple prior owners are associated with a lower initial listing price. So these prices are measured in $1,000. So this is like about $300 lower than other cars, than clean cars in initial price. And then we'll look at the impact by information content. We can see that, well, for cars without any problem, with a clean history, the price increased by about $260 after dealers provide free Carfax information reports. In comparison, cars with multiple prior owners, their initial listing price dropped by $690 after the dealers start to provide free history information for their cars. And similar results, we see similar results if we use the last price instead of the last listing price instead of the initial listing price as the dependent variable. So these impacts are non-trivial because the average price in the sample is about $17,000. So this will be around more than 1%. This is about 4% change in the car price. Okay, then the next outcome variable we're looking at is the time in days that dealers take to sell their cars. We can see there's a huge average effect here. After dealers start to provide free vehicle history reports to consumer car buyers, the number of days they took to sell their cars are reduced by 5.5 days. And this is a huge effect because on average, it took the dealers 38 days to sell a car in our sample. And also we can see that all these effects are similar across all cars with different information content, report contents, except there seems to be no effect on cars who are newer than 2 years old. So if the ages of the car is less than 2 years old, then the provision of the vehicle history reports had no impact on the time to sell for those cars. As I said earlier, because for these cars, you more or less know that this is a car, relatively new car, because you can calculate the age of the car based on the model year, and also if there were multiple owners, you can see that as well. And also the results didn't change much if we include the initial list price as a control variable here. So basically, we're not capturing anything just because of we're missing the initial list price in the first 3 columns. So I think the most interesting result here is the impact on the resale probability after purchase. So so the dependent variable here is the indicator of a car buyer resold a car they purchased in our sample period within a year after purchase. So we can see that the provision of a free vehicle history report reduced the quick resale probability by 2.6 percentage points. And this is a big effect because the probability of a quick resale is about 20% in our estimation sample. And so, but the impact by information content, by the report content is actually even more significant. So the average effect is actually mainly driven by cars with that are relatively new, and also cars that were sold quickly by the last owner. For example, this effect we estimated here for cars that were sold by the last owner within 6 months of the purchase, the provision of free vehicle history report reduced the quick resale probability by almost 11 percentage points, which is basically reduced the resale probability in the sample by almost 50%. So this is a huge impact. We get similar results if so here this is a linear probability model, and we get similar results if we use probit models. Okay, so last thing I want to share here is that, well, there may be some other things going on potentially, and also our application of the DID framework has satisfied meet the conditions like the parallel trend conditions. And so we estimated the impact by month. So the month before the month relative to the month the dealer start to provide the free Carfax report. So 0 is the month when a dealer start to provide free Carfax report, and the benchmark is 6 months or longer before a dealer starts to provide free Carfax report. And you can see before the dealers really start to provide free Carfax report, there were no significant effect on time to sell, as we are showing in this figure. And the effect really just kicked in the same month when the dealer start to provide free Carfax report. So it doesn't seem like, it seems like at least the parallel trend assumption is valid for our analysis. All right, so the implications for policy, it seems like the value of a vehicle history report information is pretty significant. So consumers definitely benefit a lot, and they're less likely to regret about their purchase because they know more about the cars. If a car had a problematic history, consumers who know little about the cars, they will be able to avoid those cars. And dealers are benefiting a lot. So their prices are matched better with the true quality. It took them a shorter time to sell, and also because they're selling fewer cars that lead to consumer regret, they're getting a better reputation for not selling fewer lemon cars. And also because of the better match of the cars and with car buyers, there are also higher market efficiency. Okay. And so I want to just summarize by saying that, well, it seems like our analysis suggests that the provision of free Carfax reports or vehicle history reports help mitigate adverse selection in the secondary car market, and it significantly improves the efficiency of this market. And this market is a pretty big market, and the implications seems to be quite relevant given the size of the market. And the similar product history information can also be important for other markets of secondary durable goods and also the markets and also potentially for the labor market. So for example, employer can use the employee history, employment history information to help them screen potential employees. I don't know how I'm doing with regard to time here. I stop here. Thank you.
All right, so do you want me to start discussion or you want to have discussion first? It's up to you. I have 25 minutes from now on.
Okay, I think it's fine if there are any questions in the audience. I can answer them after you discuss, Max.
All right, all right.
I can't see the time on my screen, so I was rushing a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Guofang was too nice in time management and left me 25 minutes. I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to fill up 25 minutes. So I think I can give back to Guofang so that he can have some discussions and gather some comments. Right, so my name is Max Yu from UC Riverside, and thank you very much for this opportunity. It is always a pleasure to discuss nice papers in this conference, and especially this year. I had an opportunity to read a very insightful and very interesting paper. So thank you very much for a nice paper and nice presentation, Guofang. Right, so there has been a long-standing doubt whether the used car market is efficient. More precisely, the question is like, can the used car market be ever efficient? So it has been studied for decades. So a seminal work by Akolov, 1970 QJE paper, made two key predictions. So the first prediction is that because of the information asymmetry, the used car prices are set at the average quality. So the cream puff owners have no incentive to sell their cars at the lower price than they deserve. So as a result, on the market, there will be much more lemons that want to charge those overpriced market price, and cream puffs are not on the market because sellers don't have any incentive. And then the second prediction is that because of this, institutions might counteract with quality assurance like warranty because they want to keep the market functional and they want to keep their reputation. And the first empirical test of this Akolov's cream puff lemon problem dates back to 1982, which is Eric Bond's AER paper. And then he studied the pickup truck market, and then he found no evidence of abundant lemons than cream puffs on the market. They didn't see any difference in the service cost for like high quality cars versus low quality cars in terms of like observed component, unobserved component. And then he explained that the reason for this no evidence may be because of the second prediction. So institutions might have already counteracted. So consumers do not have any risk because of that. However, he concluded that the market is still inefficient because the assurance or warranty itself would create a social cost. And then this problem has not been resolved for many decades. So in 2014, with the abundance of the survey data, Pedersen and Schneider published a paper at Rand, and then they showed the evidence of adverse selection coming from the asymmetric information on quality evaluation. That is complication in quality evaluation from buyer side. So if there is any quality variation on transmission and quality variation on engines, and then there's no way that like the average buyer like me can evaluate those issues. In 2017, the same authors published another paper that explained the reason for adverse selection coming from the discrepancy between observed quality and unobserved quality. So they explained that the cars with higher unobserved quality might mask the actual unobserved low quality. So consumers who purchased higher cars with higher observed quality might experience more adverse selection. So the Gufang proposed that the Carfax and the entire market of this information provision might alleviate this inefficiency problem on the used car market. And then used car market has been, well, became a representative example of inefficient market. And then like all the sarcastic jokes are based off of like this used car market. So how do we resolve it? And then Carfax or this information provision might be a solution to it. And this is actually the record of my own car, so 2017 Volvo. And then it shows very extensive records of my own vehicle. So all the service records and then service due, and then what did I do? And one thing that is missing is that I got a hit and run a month after I purchased a new car in 2017 in Columbus, Ohio. And then I replaced the passenger door from independent body shop, but Carfax didn't catch it. So if you are interested in my car, then please be aware the shiny door is a new door, not the original door. So, so it's not perfect. However, it is really, really extensive. So you can see almost every single history of a single car. So services, repairs, and ownership changes, literally everything. And then since 2014, they started offering their own used car searching platform. So this is free of charge, and then you can search for the local dealership or some areas of the inventory. And then you can even search a car based on the history. So it's not just based on the car model. You can make your search based upon the car history, like one owner, no accident, or service history. So it's literally really, really big shift on the market. So it is not surprising that it would offer better inference on unobserved quality, because it's all about unobserved quality, right? So like, for example, like a frequent ownership changes would mean that there is unfixable problem that none of those owners could resolve. And if there is a potentially low unobserved quality relative to observed quality, and then that car might be seen as an overpriced one. So the price negotiation might be based upon these Carfax report. However, in this part, I think Gufang actually undersold his data set. And I think it also offers better evaluation on the observed quality, which is a sensitivity to the observed quality. And then again, a shiny door, my shiny passenger door is actually a replaced one. So it's actually shinier because it's a new one. So with a hidden record of crash, there is something that from the, like, for example, like insurance record, you might infer that there is something major in this car. And then it's possible that the engine sounds great, the transmissions work smooth. However, you see that the car did not receive any scheduled maintenance. So the oils are engine oil and the transmission oil are just sticky, right? And then it is possible that the current engine condition wouldn't last forever, right? So collectively, as the authors argued in the paper, Carfax significantly reduces buyers' perceived quality uncertainty, and then it would influence a lot to the market efficiency. So this paper asks three important empirical questions. So the first one is, does the free provision of Carfax report would differentiate prices by unobserved quality? And the second question is that does it enhance the market efficiency by selling faster or selling quicker or like selling to better people? And then does it reduce the adverse selection, which influences consumer welfare? And they used difference in differences before and after the dealership's policy shock. And then they considered less than 10% of coverage of free Carfax report as non-disclosure, and more than 90% of coverage of Carfax report as complete disclosure. And then they conservatively considered only one-time shift from non-disclosure to complete disclosure, or complete disclosure to non-disclosure as a policy shock, and then dropped everything else. Right, so here I'm intentionally oversimplifying Guofang's result to make the implications just sharper. So their findings are really interesting and very important. So average prices are almost the same. So dealers' stock average price wasn't influenced. However, high quality cars with higher unobserved quality, I will just call it the clean record as higher quality. So those cars got increased, prices of those cars got increased by $300 on average. And then cars with lower quality got the price reduction of about $300, just to simply speaking. And then it took like more than 2 hours to find these sharp examples, but I found a very good example of this case. So literally the same car, 2017 Honda Civic, and similar mileage, just a 5,000 mile difference and 5 years. So just 1,000 miles per year. So negligible difference in the mileage. And then the only difference is the ownership. So one owner, lease vehicle, that's the first one. And the two owners, corporate fleet vehicle, that's the second one. Didn't write too much, but that's the difference. And then you can see that like it's 19 something and the other one is the 17 something, although the real difference is about $1,000. So it actually matters if it is exposed to the consumers. So the price alignment would make the market more efficient, right? So the time to sell would reduce would be reduced by 6.2 days. And previously it was 38 days. And then it would reduce to 32 days, right? So considering the time span, it is very significant. And the stocking cost per car, as Guofang already mentioned, it's $40. So it is about like $240 value to the dealer. And then the more interesting part of this result is that it applies to low quality cars as well. So even bad news to a car is actually helpful because they can sell faster. So I'm not saying that it would end up with higher revenue, but anyway, there are some benefits to dealers if they even reveal the bad news and without just letting the consumers to imagine those bad news or good news thing. And the third finding is that consumer matching was enhanced as well. So that means so immediate resale was reduced by 2.8% percentage points, and then that was statistically significant. And here again, it was more significant and a lot more significant for low quality cars of like 15% percentage point decrease of immediate resale. It's kind of too high for me after seeing the numbers. But after a second thought, I think the reason may be, so if all the problems are known to consumers, and then the definition of lemons and cream puffs are subjective. So for example, a consumer might value a stinky old car that is fully functional. But there are people who value clean and nice car with some potential engine problem or like a transmission problem if the one has a nice garage. So this is not my own joke. So my previous car, I experienced the engine blow up, and then a friend of mine who's a German guy with a nice garage offered me to get that car. So I asked why, this is just garbage. And then he said, no, it's not garbage. It's a perfect car just without an engine. So it's a very subjective term, like being lemon. So that might influence the matching even more so than like typically expected. Relating back to the seminal work, seminal predictions by Akolov. So this paper gives some important implication to these predictions. So the first one is that historical information actually aligns prices by actual quality, and then that does not necessarily hurt average price levels. It depends on the actual quality. So cream puffs can be priced higher than lemons, and then sellers of cream puffs, owners of cream puffs, have incentives to sell their car to the market. The second implication is that dealers do not have any incentive to hide the real quality and then give assurance, because that could be a losing strategy. So what I mean by that is the warranty may increase the price anyway. It's like CarMax's Max Care is like $300 or something. So it literally adds on to the price. And then, well, the dealers would take the risk of a future cost. If it turns out to be lemon, they need to spend the cost on fixing those vehicles. And so the Carfax reports may be even like cheaper than those all assurance activities. And what Gofang found is that like even bad news can be helpful, because low quality cars can be sold quicker, although the prices became lower. So even after controlling for the price effect, it was sold quicker. So there are some benefits of the bad news as well. So I think these are very insightful findings on the market of lemons versus cream puffs. Right. So there are a couple of minor and straightforward suggestions out of me. So although they found the significant value of providing information, so revenue implications are still non-trivial. So the paper that they cited, AER paper, Tadelis and Jedelmeyer, in the wholesale automobile auction context, they showed that both positive news and negative news influence the seller's benefits or seller's revenues positively. Given the result, I feel that like they might be able to create non-decreasing revenue implication to the dealers, and the current results still keep the potential trade-offs as open. So what I mean by that is that there will be Carfax cost, there will be low price of low quality cars, that is minus of the revenue. And then there will be reduced stocking cost and higher price of high quality cars that will be plus onto the revenue. So there is a still trade-off. So just a ballpark estimate of these revenue implications might be helpful. And non-decreasing revenues would be already strong incentive to dealers to fully disclose these information. The second suggestion is that, so although they clearly argued that the decision to switch their policy is conditionally independent from their other promotion decisions, but I still don't understand what is intrinsic motivation of their policy decisions in the sample period, because they didn't read this paper yet. So I wonder if there is any unobserved incentive for dealers to switch their policy. So currently they defined non-disclosure as less than 10% of disclosure, and the complete disclosure is over 90% of disclosure. So I wonder if there is any long tail component of the sample. For example, like dealers with complete disclosure may leave out like bottom 10%, and the dealers with non-disclosure may still offer some Carfax report for only for the top 10%. These are not directly influencing the identification strategy, but like further domain knowledge would help understand the market. Also there are some dealers who go back and forth, like a complete disclosure to non-disclosure and non-disclosure to complete disclosure. So I wonder if there is any asymmetric shock between those two opposite directions of policy shock. My take of this paper is that the dealers already have some incentives to disclose the quality. So dealers have been used car dealers have been notorious by hiding all these actual qualities like engine problems, the title, high mileage, car history, defects. This paper tells them that hey, you guys don't have to hide and sweat. Just be honest, and then take advantage of faster turnaround, and then charge higher price for higher quality cars that you have, and then just be happy and enjoy the revenue, right? So I think that has very important practical implications to the field and the market mechanism. Right, so I learned that many Americans don't distinguish between Carfax and CarMax. So I think Carfax folks are really happy to read it because it would underscore the significance of Carfax to the market. So Carfax guys should read it and hire him. And CarMax guys also need to read it because they can learn like how to improve their efficiency of their business. Right, so I still have some time. So if you have more questions to Gofang, please do. And I really enjoyed reading the paper and I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Max. I really appreciate the insightful comments.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this paper and or about the data we have.
So if there is no question from the crowd, I actually wonder if you have some answers to my data question. Like, did you see any reason for the policy shock or any anomaly in their behaviors in the sample period?
So I think that's a great question. It's actually a bigger question than we can address because we have data from these 3 local markets, and we see some. So the general, so basically in that period of time, Carfax is really pushing hard to market their reports, and then they will pick up by some dealers over time. And you can see in general the trend is the pickup of the free Carfax reports by dealers, more dealers over time. There was some like a back and forth by some a few very small number of dealers, but because of our sample size is relatively small, and ideally we want to have a much bigger sample size that cover more regions, so we can analyze. So what are the factors that are driving the adoption of the dealers by the dealers of these free Carfax reports? So I think because if given so what our paper can say here is really, well, these Carfax reports, they cost some money for the dealers, but it seems like the benefits way number the cost. So the estimate is about like $240 per report, which is kind of a ridiculously high, whereas the cost is about like $20 something or $10 something per report to the dealer. So it sounds like I guess maybe the uncertainty for the dealers is whether it has any impact on their sales, on their sales, or on their marketing efficiency. So the paper is really for kind of providing an answer for those questions. But so to more systematically study also the factors, and also maybe, for example, competition may be driving some of the dealers to adopt the Carfax reports earlier than others, like the diffusion in the market, diffusion of this of the adoption of Carfax reports in the market. We simply don't have that kind of data to answer the question. So we try to make best use of the small data we have, and hopefully it's greater marketing material for Carfax.
All right, sweet, cool, thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess we used up our time. I just want to thank the conference organizers again for accepting my paper, and thank you all for being here.
All right, I think I'm up next. Can you guys hear me okay?
Very well.
Let me get this screen shared 1 second. All right, can everyone see that okay?
Yeah, we can see the slide.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you so much everyone for joining in. I am very excited to present this work. It's one that I think is super topical given just a lot of the events that have happened over the past couple of years, even events that are happening just over the past week or so. So the title of this work is From Anti-China Rhetoric to Anti-Asian Behavior, the Social and Economic Cost of Kung Flu. Kung Flu being one of the kind of more discriminatory terminologies that was being utilized to refer to the 2019 coronavirus pandemic. So this is joint work between myself, one of my co-authors, Julia Lee Cunningham. She's an associate professor of management operations at University of Michigan, Masha Krupenkin in political science in Boston College, and David Rothschild. He's an economist at Microsoft Research. Again, just thank you so much for all joining, and of course, thank you to the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity. So just to kind of set the stage a little bit, give a little bit of the background, I'm sure most of you guys would probably be familiar with this, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, the pandemic has seen a massive increase in anti-Asian violence and discrimination in the United States. Immediately after the start of the pandemic, we had a number of high-profile attacks on Asian Americans, a lot of reported incidents of individuals spitting on Asian Americans, accosting them, placing blame on them for the spread of the pandemic. Just to give some numbers to this, there was the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism that reported a 164% increase in hate crimes targeting Asian Americans. The comparison period for them, I believe, was the first quarter of 2021 relative to the first quarter of 2020, before kind of the pandemic was in full swing in the US. Their Stop AAPI Hate, they had recorded and set up kind of like a self-report hate crime tracker. Over 10,000 individuals self-reported incidents of hate. So some of those would have been considered hate crimes. Other ones were being verbally accosted. Online incidents were included in that as well. And then the FBI had also noted that there was a 73% increase in hate crimes targeting Asian Americans in 2021 relative to 2020. So all of this has increased and then unfortunately continued throughout the pandemic period. I do want to bring particular attention to, like in the early days of the pandemic, you saw a lot of incidents that were similar to this. Individuals of Asian descent, whether they were Chinese or not, were oftentimes being accosted and oftentimes violently for the spread of the pandemic. So this news article was from a gentleman by the name of Baoi Kung. He was in Texas, and he was there at a Sam's Club with his two children, aged 2 and 6, and they were accosted and then subsequently all stabbed as well by an assailant who thought they were Chinese. They were in fact not Chinese, they were Myanmaris or Burmese. The assailant thought that they were spreading COVID-19. Thankfully, in this case, both him and his two children were able to survive. But there's a consistent thread here of kind of misidentification also coinciding with violence. This will be a common thread. We'll show a couple of other historical examples in these cases. Just to highlight a couple of other major incidents, there was earlier on last year, there were the Atlanta shootings. Asian women were among 8 killed at 3 spas by a shooter. And more broadly, there's a lot of anecdotal data that Asian-owned businesses have reported that they are suffering significantly from violence, operating in fear, have faced vandalism to their storefronts. Unfortunately, the difficulty with this is that it's challenging to construct kind of a full data set of the impacts. And similarly, if we look back to the examples coming in from explicit hate crimes or self-reported incidents of hate, both of these are somewhat lacking as well. In the case of hate crimes, the FBI, for example, had only registered, I believe it was a total of 273 incidents across the entire country in 2021. And while 273 is a large number of hate crimes, it probably doesn't cover the full range of kind of negative experiences that Asian Americans experienced throughout the pandemic. Similarly, you look at Stop AAPI Hate, and you can examine, they actually have kindly made their data set public, which is absolutely great. But if you examine it, you look at the trend of reports, the trend of reports tends to correspond very closely to coverage of Stop AAPI Hate in the news, as opposed to necessarily the expected ebb and flow of these events. So unfortunately, a lot of these other data sources are made difficult by either self-reporting or the fact that a lot of incidents might not directly rise to the level of a hate crime. This is in conjunction with the fact that there's been documented trends among both Asian Americans and more broadly immigrant communities, that they're oftentimes hesitant to report these negative interactions, hate incidents to the police, both due to the fact that they feel like they might be reprised for this, or also due to the fact that they feel like the police might not necessarily act upon it. And unfortunately, it is very difficult for police to categorize these attacks as necessarily being hate crimes in the absence of the attacker making direct references to race as part of the attack. So just some of the difficulties in kind of gathering data. And again, just another example, this has been continuing on throughout the entire pandemic. So, I did note that there was a strong correlation between individuals that were attacked that were Asian, and also the attacker oftentimes misidentifying their target as being part of like a group that they would like to express this negative sentiment towards. And unfortunately, kind of, this rise in hatred, rise in violence, marginalization, stigmatization, it's unfortunately not rare. This has been documented in the literature as a response to public health events, terrorism events such as in the wake of 9/11, economic events such as in the competition between the US and Japan in the 1980s. And just to give another couple very high profile incidents of attacks that occurred both as a result of these events as well as coming in for misidentification, you had the murder of Vincent Chin. Vincent Chin was murdered in Detroit, not too far away from University of Michigan, and his assailants were auto worker employees, and they had felt like rising competition from Japan was putting them out of work. They targeted Vincent Chin. Vincent Chin was Chinese by ethnicity. He was not Japanese, but of course that didn't stop them from murdering him at this incident. Another tragic incident in the wake of 9/11 was the murder of Balbir Singh Sodhi. He was an Indian Sikh, and he was mistaken for being an Arab Muslim, and he was killed in a very tragic fashion. And just another case of kind of the individuals that express the strongest feelings, the strongest hatred, also are oftentimes ignorant, also lack the ability to necessarily, contextualize a lot of the history of these individuals, separate out, kind of individual blame from collective blame. And this ties in very well with the literature around kind of outgroup homogeneity, this perception that outgroups, one's different from your own, are kind of more homogenous. So I'm an individual, the people that I regularly interact with that are in the same race as me potentially are more likely to be considered individuals, but those that are in groups that I'm less familiar with, well, they're a collective other, right? And therefore, when there's some perceived transgression from one of these other groups, then collectively the entire group is at blame and I can direct my anger towards them. Can very closely be linked to cross-race effects. Again, more increased likelihood of being able to identify individuals of your own race than of different races, and just more broadly stereotyping and hatred, right? We know that stereotyping and hatred is oftentimes born out of prejudice, oftentimes born out of ignorance, and that lack of exposure can be one of the main factors that drives these. And just to tie everything together, and unfortunately, I know this is a rough topic, but unfortunately, it's still going on. It's been occurring even the past week. We've seen the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and as a result, we see a lot of anti-Russian sentiment. And similarly, you've seen at least a couple of Russian-owned businesses, either Russian-owned or even other Eastern European-owned, such as Latvian-owned, Belarusian-owned, even some Ukrainian-Russian kind of like co-owned, where you have individuals that are of different nationalities. They've had their businesses attacked, vandalized as a result of it. One of them was in Washington, D.C., the Russia House restaurant, saw themselves having a number of windows that were smashed. Their windows were subsequently spray painted with negative messaging as well. So in short, we've seen this as a common reaction, and there's been a lot of research around this and specifically around diseases. So there's been this research that found that disease association and naming can lead to stigmatization, particularly of marginalized and minority groups. There's also been around disease naming, oftentimes you see a spread of, say, something like swine flu, and individuals might subsequently take this out on livestock, on pigs. So in response to this, the WHO, World Health Organization, said, probably best to update our guidelines, probably best to utilize more common disease namings, utilizing generic terms that are less likely to invoke these strong responses. So in 2015, they issued this guidance, wanted to avoid naming diseases specifically after locations, peoples, places, animals, to avoid stigmatization. Also wanted to avoid utilizing terminology that could shock or potentially scare individuals, such as diseases being of unknown origin or a deadly disease, so to speak. So all of those were encouraged to be removed from disease namings. Unfortunately, though, the warnings and the advice was not heeded by former President Donald Trump. You saw a number of cases whereby Donald Trump was referencing COVID-19 as either China virus or Wuhan virus. This included 41 press conferences that former President Trump held between the dates of March 14th and April 30th of 2020. In each of those press conferences, he frequently had utilized these terms. The term Kung flu was becoming more popular throughout this period. Unfortunately, Kung flu, it's a very racist amalgamation of Kung Fu and the flu. It associates kind of like Chinese martial art, which has nothing to do with the disease itself. Donald Trump refused to disavow the term on March 18th when discussing the risks of racialized language. He utilized the terminology himself subsequently at one of his rallies. And so a lot of the research that has been going on afterwards has found a strong association between the usage of Chinese virus and anti-Asian sentiment. So, kind of bringing this all together, what is this project aiming to do? This project is aiming to look at kind of the spread of stigmatization that's coming in from messaging and is leading to individuals are influenced by this messaging. It results in a change in sentiment. It results in a change of their search behavior and their information gathering behavior. And we subsequently want to look at how this impacts consumer discrimination. In this case, we're focusing specifically on restaurants because restaurants are very ubiquitous. They're oftentimes easily identified and associated with an ethnic group. But we will talk in just a slide or so about how they're broader bellwether for kind of anti-ethnic sentiment, how it can affect a wider range of small businesses. We also look at how anti-Chinese sentiment creates negative spillovers for non-Chinese Asian businesses. So we've seen this in a number of the attacks, right? That those individuals that are most likely to carry out these violent attacks, they're oftentimes relatively indiscriminate in carrying out these attacks. In the same way, we might wonder whether or not consumer discrimination and anti-Chinese sentiment, those individuals that harbor the most discriminatory intent might also be the worst at distinguishing between Chinese versus non-Chinese restaurants and might end up avoiding discriminating against non-Chinese Asian restaurants as a result. And more broadly, adding to a growing literature around some of the harms that are created from Donald Trump's rhetoric. In short, while this research focuses on restaurants, ethnic associations are not limited to restaurants. There are many types of small businesses that you can think about that can be associated with an ethnicity due to oftentimes common naming conventions. So you have accountants, for example, construction, dentists, doctors, like a lot of these kind of professional businesses are being associated and will be named after the individuals who own the business. And because they're named after the individuals that own the business, it's very easy to draw a tie between, okay, well, this business has an ethnic owned name and therefore I associate them with particular ethnic groups. Just got a couple of examples here. You have Yao Law Firm, you have Asiana Nails. Each of these could be very easily through the name attributed to being some sort of Asian owned business. Now, if you're not familiar with the intricacies of Asian surnaming, you might identify this as an Asian name, but not be able to directly know that Yao is likely to be Chinese. Asiana Nails, much more difficult to directly identify, directly associate with an ethnic group. So in short, restaurants, pretty much an ideal bellwether to study due to their ubiquity. They're present all across the United States and easy affiliation with an ethnic group. You can think of it as being pretty core to the branding of the restaurant. Unfortunately, though, unlike other sorts of branding, in this case, you have a lot of other associations that come in with your brand that are oftentimes pretty far outside of your control. So if you're owning an Asian restaurant, if you're an Asian American that owns a law firm, you have this association with Asianness, but you can't directly influence kind of other consumers' affiliations and kind of like associations with the Asianness of your business. And there's definitely a potential for discrimination and consumer discrimination to increase over time due to the rising importance of identity in consumer purchase decisions. Definitely one of the trends that we've seen increasing, and now as individuals want and increasingly seek to define themselves through the types of products that they consume, then the ethnic affiliations of the goods and services and foods that they consume can also become a reflection there. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the data that we utilize in the study, kind of what we do. We had conducted 3 surveys via Pollfish of 1,000 participants each. And these surveys were looking to assess attitudes towards the pandemic, attitudes towards Asian Americans. Did they blame the spread of the pandemic on Asian Americans? Did they feel increased fear and concerns over the spread of COVID-19 when consuming Chinese or other Asian foods? And we looked at this both for Asian Americans as well as other minority groups. We also asked our survey participants a number of questions that were related to just general knowledge around Asian Americans. We asked these individuals what percentage of Asian Americans are immigrants, what percentage of Asian Americans are Chinese. And along these lines, one of our main hypotheses was that there was this outgroup homogeneity bias, essentially amongst individuals that are less knowledgeable about Asian Americans, that they would express greater fear of Chinese food, that they would be more likely to voice blame and direct blame for the spread of COVID-19 on Asians. We also analyzed search engine query trends over the period of 2016 to 2020. Wanted to see if individuals were reacting to the information that they were receiving from former President Trump, from other news sources, and subsequently taking searches that might indicate some degree of bias. And we'll go and we'll see a number of examples of that. Finally, we utilize SafeGraph's mobility data, which captures weekly visits to approximately 600,000 restaurant locations in the United States between the time period of November 2019 and June 2020. And this is, I think, it's a very useful data set. It's one that I would highly recommend to everyone else in this room because they have made the data set free to researchers. And this is coming in from cell phone mobility data. So this is from the fact that a number of individuals have apps installed on their phones, and these apps have location services. These apps, if they were built with certain SDKs, software development kits, then that gives the app developer a lot of tools to help them with just like regular heartbeat, kind of like location monitoring services, such that they don't have to build it from the ground up. Well, part of the usage of these SDKs, software development kits, is also allowing third parties to access the location data. So in that way, SafeGraph is able to get, I believe the figure is in the hundreds of billions of total trips throughout the United States over the period of November 2019 to June 2020. And we have an absolutely massive data set of essentially geolocation of individuals. And SafeGraph also defines geometries. They have kind of points of interest. They have, for a particular restaurant location, a boundary that they ascribe to be kind of like the boundary of the restaurant. They have a particular algorithm. Of course, it's their own proprietary algorithm, but this allows them to determine whether or not someone is just passing by this particular location or whether or not it's strictly a visit. So in this way, it's a relatively thorough data set around kind of traffic to Asian and as well as non-Asian restaurants throughout the entire country. Finally, we wanted to test directly some of our hypotheses around the specific role of misidentification. So we will see through our survey data that individuals who express that, overestimate the percentage of Asian Americans who are Chinese, overestimate the percentage of Asian Americans that are immigrants, also harbor more negative attitudes towards Asian Americans, are more likely to attribute the spread, to report an increased risk of COVID spread coming in from Chinese food. We also find that these individuals are more likely to subsequently misidentify the ethnic origin of restaurants. And this is coming in from a survey that we've done off of the real restaurant data coming in from the SafeGraph dataset. Just a quick stop. Any questions coming in? I just want to make sure to check the chat. Seems like nothing's there. All right, excellent. So let me show you what we had found within our survey data. So these are coming in from the Pollfish surveys that I mentioned. We conducted 3 surveys starting in May 5th of 2020, and then later on August 22nd of 2020, and then finally October 29th of 2020. And each survey asked around 5 questions or so around attitudes and perceptions of Asian Americans. We're also able to collect limited demographic information from these individuals. And subsequently, we were able to capture their voting preferences in the October 29th survey. So you can see some of the questions that are shown here. I'll go and dive a little bit more into the results. So we asked individuals, which racial or ethnic group does President Trump believe is most responsible for bringing COVID-19, aka coronavirus, into the US, if any? In this case, they had the option choices of Asians, Blacks, Latinos, whites, and no group is responsible. We first asked this question only in our final survey of October 29th, 2020, but a full 59% of respondents said that they believed that Donald Trump attributed blame to the spread of the pandemic towards Asians. When asked themselves, who do you believe is most responsible for bringing COVID-19 into the United States, the order of these questions was randomized in the case of October 29th. A pretty steady quarter of individuals had responded that Asians are most responsible. The next most largest group was no racial or ethnic group is responsible. I do want to highlight as well that these results were pretty stable, even when new news was coming out that a lot of, for example, New York's cases were being imported from locations that were not necessarily China. Italy was one example of a location where a lot of cases were being imported. We didn't see a rise in blame towards Italians or whites or Europeans as a result of this. I also want to highlight here, we'd asked a couple of questions regarding the fraction of individuals that, the fraction of Asians in the United States that respondents believed were either ethnically Chinese or immigrants. And what we saw was a consistent overestimate here. We saw that individuals tended to believe that 35% on average of Asian Americans were ethnically Chinese. The actual figure to that is 23%. They also consistently overestimated the fraction of individuals that were immigrants, Asian Americans that were immigrants. We also asked our survey respondents, when considering delivery food ordering, which if any of the following types of food you believe presents an increased risk of contracting COVID-19 in the United States. In this case, we broke it down with a higher degree of granularity. We had all of the restaurant groups that were represented within our SafeGraph data. That included, I might miss a couple, but included Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Italian, French, Vietnamese, Thai, and there are at least a couple more, American and a few other that were in there. And consistently, the highest group that was reported as having an increased risk of contracting COVID-19 was Chinese. The next highest was oftentimes either Japanese or American. And this quantity was pretty steady throughout the pandemic as well. Even again, as a lot of the US's cases were being locally transmitted, they still reported an increased risk of contracting COVID-19 from Chinese restaurants specifically. So you see here that quantity started at 17%, down to 15%, and then up to 21% on the October 29th survey on the eve of the election. I want to highlight as well, we broke this down by conditional on either voting for Trump, considering Asians to be most responsible for bringing COVID-19 to the United States, believing that a majority of Asian Americans were Chinese. Again, the actual figure is around 23%. All of these subgroups of individuals were more likely to express concern over contracting COVID-19 for Chinese food and more likely to blame Asians for the spread of COVID-19. So you can look at some of the breakdowns that we have here, some of the subgroups. We also showed this graphically, in this case, by the assumed percentage of Asian Americans that were ethnically Chinese. Again, the true number should be around 23%, but you see a large number of individuals were reporting responses that were higher than that. And there's a pretty strong correlation between the more that you perceive that all Asians are kind of part of the largest group, the more that you perceive essentially Asian homogeneity, the more that you will both believe that Asians are most responsible for the spread of COVID-19 in the United States, as well as that Chinese food represents an increased risk. All right, transitioning a little bit, I want to talk around the online search trends and what we found around there. So we wanted to utilize weekly search data from Google Trends to examine anti-Asian sentiment during 2020. Search more broadly has been shown to be a good measure of racial animus, correlates pretty strongly with both electoral as well as health outcomes, as seen in these citations. And broadly, we look to examine some trends for some common searches. And we categorize these common searches as being anti-China related or food safety related. And specifically, you can kind of subcategorize those into being related to communism, related to debt, some explicit terminology, the consumption of bats, consumption of dogs, and then searches around food safety as specifically restaurant safety and Chinese restaurant safety. And what do we see? We see that there's a sharp discontinuity in searches around debt. For example, China owns the United States. It's a conspiracy theory, long running. The idea is that China has undue influence over politicians in the United States, controls our politics due to the fact that they own a large amount of US debt. I believe the amount of Chinese US debt that's owned by China is actually a relatively small amount. I want to say around 6% or so. And yet this is still a pretty long lingering conspiracy. And you can see here, if we look at the data, I do have the legends here. All of the gray or darker ones are these previous years. This is 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. You don't see any real trend in terms of searches, but suddenly around the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States, corresponding roughly to March 15th of 2020, you see these sharp jumps that are coming up here. Sharp jumps in communism, although there is a trend in other years, definitely a sharp jump in terms of debt, as well as a sharp jump in terms of explicit terminology. Just as a reminder, the explicit terminology was around fuck China, boycott China, China sucks. That was shown here. So we see here that there is definitely a changing sentiment that's coming in during this time period. Whether or not it was explicitly, the directionality between like Trump is making these statements and therefore it's causing a change in sentiment versus Trump's statements are more of a reflective of public sentiment, I think is something that we can't directly determine from the data and a little bit beyond the scope of this research. All that said, though, you definitely have an ability as a public official to kind of change the narrative and utilize what's referred to in the political science domain as the bully pulpit in order to shape conversation around these topics. And you can definitely see that this terminology is definitely percolating through. It's definitely being reflected in individual search behavior. You also see some trends around the consumption of bats. There was a lot of early news around kind of was the consumption of bats related to the spread of the pandemic. You saw some spikes in early January, spike again around March, but then you have consumption of and stereotypes around, Chinese eat dogs, Chinese eat other animals such as cats that aren't related to the pandemic, but also saw similar spikes at those time periods. So you see a lot of these latent kind of anti-Chinese stereotypes that were being activated as a result of these broader tensions and the broader pandemic. And last up around safety, you see spikes in restaurant safety, both regular restaurants as well as Chinese restaurants that are corresponding with the early months of the onset of the pandemic that are coming in here. Check again. See if there are any questions. Seems like we're doing good so far. Excellent. Last up, we come into our consumer mobility data. Like I mentioned, this is coming in from SafeGraph. SafeGraph constructing weekly counts of trips to 600,000 restaurant locations in the United States. They also provide a wide range of other covariates on these restaurants. That includes the ethnic categorization of the restaurant, the zip code that the restaurant resides in, and the type of food service that the restaurant delivers. This could be like counter service, could be like bar type service, full service restaurant. I believe some food stands were included in there as well, and that is also coded into the data set. And like we mentioned before, we focus on restaurants in the study due to their ubiquity, easy association between restaurants and ethnic group, and also the historic usage of food stereotypes as a bit of an outlet for xenophobic sentiment. I would highlight in this case, if anyone remembers back in 2001, there was the fact that the French didn't support the US's war in Afghanistan at the time. And due to the French's lack of support, there was a large backlash, a large amount of anti-French sentiment. And subsequently, French fries were rebranded to be freedom fries. And at a lot of locations, you'd see that they were selling freedom fries and not French fries. This is despite the fact that, as far as I was able to research, French fries aren't necessarily French in origin. They had evolved in multiple cases simultaneously, but due to the fact that they were called French fries, individuals wanted to kind of display this anti-French sentiment and instead labeled them as being freedom fries. So broadly, you can see that food stereotypes are definitely one of the ways that xenophobic sentiment is being expressed. So what do we do in order to look at the differential impact of the pandemic on Asian versus non-Asian restaurants? Well, we conduct a difference in difference analysis. So we look at the relative drop in post-pandemic traffic for these Asian versus non-Asian restaurants. We construct a regression here where the log of visits for a given restaurant, a given time period, is equal to beta 1 times the interaction of whether or not the restaurant and whether or not the data is coming from the post-COVID time period. We also had controls for case rates. We had some additional controls for the type of service, again, being a restaurant versus a bar versus like sit down versus takeout only. These are, in this case, I do want to note those restaurant characteristics are time invariant. So it was just classified once as being takeout versus non-takeout. As far as we know, we don't have any data around how that changed throughout the pandemic. And then furthermore, we have time-based fixed effects as well as location-based fixed effects. And we do this at both the state, we do this separately in different regressions at the state level, at the zip code level, as well as at the restaurant level. And of course, when we do the restaurant level specification, then we don't need the Asian identifier and the restaurant level covariates because those are invariant or time invariant specifically. And what do we see in terms of our main results? Well, Asian restaurants suffered an 18.4% drop relative to similar non-Asian restaurants during the pandemic period. You can see here for Asian restaurants specifically, you see the coefficient on them is -0.2. For Chinese restaurants in the post-COVID period, it is -0.11. And for non-Chinese Asian restaurants, it is -0.288. So we see that pattern there. I also want to break it down in terms of heterogeneity. We do see that there's a larger effect on the non-Chinese Asian restaurants here than the Chinese Asian restaurants, something that would be somewhat surprising. But if you look at kind of the heterogeneity in this effect, specifically by Trump vote share, and this is coming in probably from the Trump sentiment towards Asian restaurants and the differential locations of Asian versus non-Asian restaurants, you can also imagine that there's more representation of Asian restaurants in some locations versus others. But in short, we take this is on a zip code level, we take the degree of avoidance of Asian restaurants, well, Asian restaurants, Chinese restaurants, and non-Chinese Asian restaurants by zip code, and we regress that on the Trump vote share, controlling for both the household income within the zip code, as well as the amount of college education within the zip code. And what we find are the following patterns here. We see that there is a significant correlation in each case between Trump support and the avoidance of either Asian, Chinese, or non-Chinese Asian restaurants. And what we'll note as well is that for high degrees of Trump support, for locations that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, then the avoidance of Chinese restaurants becomes greater than the avoidance of non-Chinese Asian restaurants. Whereas for low levels of Trump support, you actually see low amounts of avoidance for Chinese restaurants. And then coming around to the last survey that we had conducted, we wanted to look at the potential mechanism. Oh, a question. Yes.
Yes, hi, Justin. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question regarding the previous slides or like the previous specification that you did for the restaurant data. Because I live in the UK, I'm not very familiar with the situation in the US. I'm curious, like during this period, was there like a lockdown from the government that forced those restaurants to close? And was there like a lift of those bans and then restaurants start to reopen? And during that time, maybe some Chinese restaurants or Asian restaurant, they are not that much willing to reopen as a fact of this ongoing sentiment. Would that like kind of be reflected in your results, or do you think this would impact?
Yeah, definitely. So this regression that we had shown here was conditional on the restaurant staying open through the time period. We'd repeated this as well for all restaurants. We replaced the restaurants that closed with zeros in terms of their visit data, and the results were robust along those lines. In terms of the explicit lockdowns, we we didn't conduct yet, or that's definitely a good suggestion to conduct the analysis with the lockdowns as well. That said, even when locked down, I believe delivery was broadly available in these cases. Perhaps the fact that Chinese restaurants did more delivery was able to mitigate some of their the negative coefficient and some of the potential avoidance of these Chinese restaurants through this period. The other thing that we have is that we have kind of a proxy for lockdown in the form of the case rate. So the COVID-19 pandemic hit different parts of the United States at different time periods. New York and California, for example, were one of the first struck. And as a result of that, we have the control here for case rate that's capturing some of that heterogeneity. The other thing that I do want to highlight, and one concern that was brought up by some very helpful commenters in a previous session, was that this could be due to maybe Asian Americans also looking to lock down earlier, or the fact that there are maybe more Chinese restaurants in California and New York where there's a high Asian population versus a lower Asian population. So we conducted two robustness checks along those lines. First up, we had looked up and downloaded a list of all of the Chinatowns throughout the United States, found the zip codes associated with those Chinatowns, and then run the same analysis excluding those zip codes. We further ran an analysis whereby we took the, I think it was 5 or 6 states with the highest Asian American populations. And these collectively represented, I want to say like 90% or so of the Asian American population of the United States. It included, I want to say New York, California, Hawaii, Maryland, and I think Illinois, I think were the main ones that were included there. And even excluding those states, we saw the same robustness. But yeah, thank you so much for asking. I think it would be useful to incorporate that lockdown data into this as well as an additional control. I'll make a little note of that.
Yeah, I think it's great that probably there was no lockdown like nationwide in the US, because in the UK, I think the time of your data, we're all locked down, so we actually don't have this kind of data.
Yeah, definitely. I think another thing that I'd highlight here is that each of these regressions, each of the data points in the zip code level heterogeneity is doing the regressions just within a singular zip code. And when we're running these regressions in a singular zip code, then typically we think that we would capture the effects of the lockdown in there. Typically lockdowns are pretty consistent across the entire zip codes. Zip codes are organized at even smaller than the county level in the United States. So for those reasons, if it was the case that lockdown was a significant confound, then we probably wouldn't find the same patterns in these cases. All right. Sorry, just remembering my train of thought. So we wanted to look at misidentification, right? So we had seen through our survey data that the less individuals know about Asian Americans, the more that they believe that, for example, a majority of Asian Americans are Chinese, or the more that they think that perhaps a majority of Asian Americans are immigrants, then the more likely they are to both express that they blame Asians for the spread of COVID-19, as well as express the fear of Chinese food and a desire to avoid ordering Chinese food, even for delivery. So we also wanted to see this in light of the previous results, seeing that there was a strong correlation between degree of support for Donald Trump and avoidance of Asian, Chinese, as well as non-Chinese Asian restaurants. We wanted to see whether or not kind of, this ethnic misidentification hypothesis is at least plausible in these scenarios. Right, so in this case, we would expect that there is a higher degree of misidentification amongst individuals that tend to be more Trump supporting. And we find that this is the case. There's around, I believe it's a 3 to 5% lift. That's a 10% lift or so in terms of the rate of misidentification for Asian restaurants amongst those individuals that either voted for Donald Trump in 2016, that is expressed in the light blue as well as the light red, as well as in 2020. This was in the darker blue and the darker red. This poll was taken after the 2020 election. So this was not their kind of anticipated voting preference, but their actual voting preference. And while we can't directly kind of, create like a causal mechanism between, these individuals subsequently, like because they were Trump supporting, they also, were more likely to misidentify and also were expressive of these negative sentiments. We can at least say that this is supportive of this as a potential hypothesis, as a potential mechanism for how we can have spillovers to a lot of these non-Asian Chinese restaurants. The other thing that you'll note is that the misidentification rate is pretty high, right? Even amongst these restaurants, even amongst these Asian subgroups, you have a full third of them that are consistently being misidentified. So for individuals that might be unsure, it only takes a small number of them to potentially say, all right, I'm not sure if this is, for example, a Chinese restaurant, let's just avoid it anyways, for there to be major impacts on subsequent traffic at these restaurants. All right. So that brings us to the conclusions. Just broadly, the COVID-19 pandemic and associated rhetoric blaming pandemic spread towards China had a number of harmful effects on Asian Americans and Asian American businesses. We saw this in the case of the hate crimes data that was coming in, both the official hate crimes that was recorded by the FBI, as well as self-reported incidents of hate as captured by Stop AAPI Hate. We saw that latent anti-Asian and anti-Chinese sentiments and stereotypes were being activated by the pandemic. Some of them were plausibly more associated with the pandemic, such as, Chinese consume bats, therefore Chinese can consume dogs, can consume cats, and other ones that were completely tangential, such as China owning the US's debt. And yet during these events, you see a lot of these stereotypes that are being activated. Subsequently, you see individuals that are expressing a lot more interest in searching for this information. These negative sentiments had negative impacts on Asian restaurants, with significant drops in traffic for both Chinese as well as non-Chinese Asian businesses. So that's definitely one of the more surprising things. Going into this, we weren't sure if we were going to see impacts on, say, Korean and Japanese restaurants, but definitely they were affected as well. Survey responses show both avoidance of non-Chinese Asian cuisines and significant confusion amongst Asian restaurants. Both are potential mechanisms for the spillover that we saw within our mobility data. And this research definitely broadly underlies the responsibility of political leaders to actively reduce stigmatization and discrimination against minority groups, right? The political leaders that we have definitely have the ability to influence dialogue. They definitely have the ability to set the news cycle. And as a result, that's also a responsibility to act in protection of Asian Americans that were being targeted through this time period. And these results have implications both for the current pandemic as well as a number of other incidents. You can think back to the economic competition of the 80s. You can think to the Iraq and Afghanistan war and the post 9/11 period in the early 2000s, as well as the current invasion of Ukraine by Russia. In each of these circumstances, there's definitely a high degree of responsibility to make sure that Asian Americans who have, or Asian Americans or other minorities within the United States that have no association, have no culpability for these events, aren't more broadly targeted by this kind of outgroup homogeneity, this notion of collective blame, that because one country on the other side of the world is doing this or that, then these ethnic Americans are thereby responsible or should be attacked or should be discriminated against. In short, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and attention. And I guess I'll open the floor to TI for his discussion.
Thank you, Justin. Let me share my screen.
Let me stop sharing.
Okay, I'd like to thank organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper by Justin. This is the last session, and I'm sure you guys have planned to go out and party Friday night, so I'm not gonna keep you long. I'm gonna try to be on time. So this topic obviously is very close to my heart because I'm Asian and living in this pandemic. And this paper basically starts talking about the Donald Trump's, the period of time when he was calling COVID-19 Kung Flu, and there was a lot of violence against violence towards Asians and crimes against Asian businesses and so on. So let's watch this video of Donald Trump calling it Kung Flu for the next 5 minutes. No, I cannot play any more Trump video clips. We're not going to do that. But basically, he did call it Kung Flu, and let me kind of talk about it from trying to put that into a marketing context a little bit down the road. So let me summarize the paper first. The authors looked at the effects of anti-Chinese sentiment on consumer discrimination against Chinese and other Asian restaurants during the pandemic period. They use a variety of data. So they use survey data, online search, trends data, Google Trends data, consumer cellular device mobility data, which is SafeGraph data. And what they find is that survey and keyword search data show that there's negative attitudes towards Chinese and other Asian food during the pandemic, driven by negative sentiment and fear. And then the key analysis is from the mobility data, which shows that Asian restaurants suffered close to 20% drop in traffic relative to non-Asian restaurants. And there is some heterogeneity political views and other things. So, I mean, the effect size is substantial. And also there's different data sets. So I had to kind of draw this line myself to kind of understand which data comes from what period. So they use the Google Trends data from 16 to 20, and then the mobility data is from November 19 to June. So this mobility data is mainly, during the early days of the pandemic, and the authors conducted an attitude survey throughout the pandemic period, and they conducted a restaurant misidentification survey towards the end. The misidentification survey, although it doesn't overlap with the mobility data, I don't really see that being an issue because I don't think respondents misidentifying restaurant names into what type of cuisine it is based on the restaurant name. I don't think that changes over time, but just wanted to make it clear. So the main results would be the SafeGraph data. So they basically found a significant effect of customer visits if it's a Chinese restaurant relative to non-Chinese restaurants and also non-Asian restaurants post-COVID, and also find negative effects for non-Chinese Asian restaurants as well. Authors kind of excluded non-Asian Chinese here and then Chinese restaurants for analysis 2 and 3, so that the control group is always none of those two restaurants, which was a little confusing to me. So personally, I would just use the entire data and use Asian times by post and Asian times by post times by Chinese so that you can just compare the parameters directly. The fact that Asian restaurant was even more negative. Justin talked about the graphs, but I mean, this is just average effect overall. So that was a little not clear to me. And then someone brought up some lockdown measures. So the indoor dining restriction policies can be probably incorporated by including state and year or state or quarter fixed effects or something like that. That should take care of it. Given the effect size, I don't think it's going to go away, but something that authors can do really quick check. And also, I was going to talk about heterogeneity across percentage of Asians to see if the drop mainly comes from non-Asians or Asians, because a lot of Asian restaurants, their patrons are, if their patrons are mostly Asian, then the traffic drop might come from Asians, then is that discrimination, right? So Justin took out some areas around with the Chinatown, and then also states with a high Asian population, and they found similar consistent effect. And also when you do diff and diff, I'd like to see the typical parallel trends graphs pre-period, and also do some statistical tests on it. So that would be really helpful. It's just that what people are used to seeing, but I didn't see it here. And hypothesis 3 was that it was areas with the more Trump voters would see larger relative drop in Chinese restaurant visits than areas with the fewer Trump voters. So the authors make it clear, hey, we're not trying to do causal inference here, but this is an evidence. But it insinuates that it's not, they're claiming correlational, but there's a lot of political views kind of scattered throughout the paper. So it was a pretty strong proposition, although it was correlational analysis. But the way they did it was they did a diff and diff in each zip codes, and then using those coefficients, they regressed on Trump vote shares. I would just use split the entire sample or add an additional interaction term with the Trump voter just to see everything clear. Is this, the vote shares, is this political view or is it lack of familiarity? So maybe you can include proportion of, so you included, the authors included the proportion of Asian population, but as additional control, maybe proportion of Chinese Asian restaurants divided by a number of businesses or a number of restaurants in the area as a control, so that you control for the familiarity related to restaurants. So some neighborhoods with high Asian population may not have as many Asian restaurants relative to another area with similar level of Asian population. But again, it's kind of nitpicking at this point. So authors conducted a surveys and then did a keyword search analyses to check mechanisms. So they talk about blame. Respondents blame Asians for bringing COVID-19 into the US. Fear, respondents believe that ordering Asian delivery food increases the risk of contracting COVID-19 the most. Discrimination, keyword searches for restaurant safety, shout out following the lockdown measures were announced. But keyword searches for Chinese restaurant safety went up before the announcement. So the responses are more or less, what I would expect. It's not surprising, but then the question is this discrimination, or is it just a lack of familiarity in terms of how the logistics of not the logistics, how the virus spreads, so like lack of information. Initially, we had no idea how these things transmit or not, and also a big part of it, in my mind, from marketing perspective, is wrong branding. Around December 2019, January 2020, everyone called it Wuhan pneumonia and Wuhan coronavirus. And usually WHO and these international organizations, they usually kick in to give a scientific name so that people don't blame certain groups of people, like Spanish flu, that it was not from Spain, but then they call it Spanish flu. So they blame, wrongly blame other groups of people because that's where the news was coming out of. So I'm not saying, where the actual origin is or not, but this is about kind of wrong branding, because the US media for the first 2 months of 2020, they called it Wuhan virus. So it's kind of the power of branding. It's just, it got ingrained into people's mind. So when you ask these questions, they may answer it the way, the first time I heard about it was, that was spreading in Wuhan, and, that is associated with Asians, Chinese, all together. So is it discrimination or is it just a wrong branding? I don't know, but obviously it's hard to tease this apart, but I think it's important to answer this question. How should you call this? Because we expected the answers to be they are, but what is it that we're exactly trying to capture? And also another hypothesis 4 was Trump voters would be more likely to misidentify non-Chinese Asian restaurants than non-Trump voters. So basically they give list of 20 ethnic restaurant names, real names, and then asked respondent to categorize into, hey, is this a Mexican restaurant? Is this a Korean restaurant? And so on. And then they find that Trump voters tend to misidentify more. Is this really political view or is it familiarity? I am sure there's some political view that they listen to Donald Trump, watching Fox News. I mean, if you have Fox News viewership data, that'd be great, but or the way they interact with the Twitter, how Trump used that as a megaphone. But big alternative explanation is the familiarity. So in urban areas, you have a lot of ethnic customers. So restaurants can just name very authentically. They can call it pho hoa, and then people around there, even if they're not Vietnamese, they know it's a Vietnamese restaurant. Whereas in rural America, you just you don't see it. You don't see pho hoa. They always say pho hoa, Vietnamese noodle house. So rural customers are not familiar with authentic names to begin with, because they're never exposed to these names. So some part of this might be political view, but I think a big part of it also it can be blamed to familiarity. It's just that these restaurants are named endogenously based on where they are. Oops. Oops, sorry. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that. So some more thoughts. This what is the long-term effect? So the SafeRef ends June 2020. So I don't know if Justin can get more data. He also talked about the limitation of getting longer data because some businesses go out of business and whatnot. But long-term effect would be really impactful. Let's say after 2 years of pandemic, is there does the effect persist? If not, that's also could be interesting on its own as well. And also, how do you generalize this? Opening a business is dynamic decision, and this pandemic is anomaly. So to generalize this, I think you need to put more emphasis on mechanisms which will provide manageable implications outside of pandemic. The authors do admit that it's possible that anti-Asian sentiment would have arisen even without public official statements. So it's not causal, but my suggestion is probably de-emphasize political views or statements a little bit and focus on kind of ruling out other alternative explanations, as many as possible, because the effect size is so big. I think there could be still something there. Some other mechanisms. So some businesses with the very authentic names like Pho Hoa or Doma Salangtang. Actually, this is a real business that is my wife's one of her favorite Korean restaurants. But you would not have guessed that this is a Korean restaurant unless you're Korean. So there are certain restaurants with the very authentic names. I mean, one way to see how authentic it is if you run like spell checks, like Doma Salangtang, that will be like just like wrong, right? So there's no real English words there. Then maybe they tend to serve their own ethnicity or patrons who can distinguish these from Chinese restaurants. Then will the effect that you capture will be smaller. So maybe create an index for how authentic the name is, and then see how that effect changes. Another thing is branding. So there are some mom and pop Asian businesses versus franchises like Panda Express. Will that effect be different? So Panda Express definitely Chinese restaurant, but because of the branding and people's trust, and then they frequented more, or just pure branding power. I know this, I trust this brand, therefore maybe the effect goes away for large franchisees or with the locations with a large branding, for instance. And usually, and then the most of that effect, the traffic decrease might be from small businesses. I'll pass these minor comments to Justin. Overall, very well-written paper with excellent review on racial discrimination, marginalization, stigmatization, and violence in various contexts. And this is the first paper to quantify consumer discrimination against businesses. As the speaker pointed out yesterday, our keynote speaker pointed out yesterday, these topics, such as diversity, equity, inclusion, discrimination, very important topics for future research. Lastly, Justin kind of touched upon this briefly, but is the pandemic really an anomaly? Sure, but the social economic effects of social current events on marginalized minorities have persisted throughout history. So Irish immigrants, Jewish immigrants were blamed for certain types of disease. And then Vincent Chan, a Chinese American, was murdered for being mistaken for Japanese, and also happened to an Indian American. And then we see increased hate crimes against Asians as well. Yesterday, Axios reported that now Russian businesses in the U.S. are facing threats, vandalism over invasion. So the history is repeating itself when it comes to this kind of discrimination, marginalization of minority, and I believe this paper, such as Justin's, would be a very important stepping stone to this very important topic. All right, that is it. Let's see, do we have any, what time is it? How are we doing with time? Oh, time's up. I can stick around, or
I can stick around as well if there are a couple remaining questions. And if not, of course, thanks again to the organizers. Thank you so much, TI, for your wonderful discussion.
No worries. Yeah, I'll forward you my slide deck. All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Charan.
Hey, Justin, yeah, sorry. If I may, I actually have a few more questions.
Yeah, definitely.
First, I'm not suggesting you to do this, but I was curious, like, since you have the mobility data, are you able to check this data over longer periods of time? So maybe beyond June 2020, and maybe we can actually see whether the discrimination fade away over time. And whether like the Chinese or like Asian restaurant pick up slower than the non-Asian ones. Well, yeah, I just thought this would be quite interesting to look at. And the other point, the other point I had is, are there like better performing Chinese restaurants, or like performing on par with the non-Chinese restaurant, and what are their characteristics? Because this could tell us like how did these restaurants, overcome the like the headwinds, and like, for example, just random thoughts, maybe some of these good performing restaurants, they are utilizing certain social media ways better, or their brand positioning is better, or their menu is designed in a slightly different way, and this could, they might contribute to their performance even in this difficult times. Because in my personal feeling, I think there might be like some Chinese restaurants, they're actually doing better job than the others. So it would be interesting, like for the restaurant owners at least, to know how they can, tackle this challenge for them.
Yeah, I think those are both really interesting questions. To answer your first one, and I think T.I. touched upon it a little bit, I think I touched on it a little, but I think the challenge with kind of measuring the longer term impact is that we expect that there might be more closures during that period. We might also expect that there's a little bit more of a supply side reaction, right? So then we're less likely to be capturing kind of like demand-based effects and more likely to be capturing kind of like a mixture of the two. But I think that would be a great analysis to go back and do. I would need to contract with SafeGraph again, because I believe my initial data sharing agreement with them ran out. But I would love to run an additional analysis like that think it'd be interesting to look at. To your second question around kind of restaurant characteristics and is there anything that Chinese restaurants can do to mitigate the impacts or kind of like what are the characteristics of restaurants that did better? I would say that, you know, summarizing the characteristics might be a little bit easier than necessarily looking at what restaurants could do better. And the reason that I say that is that the data, at least around kind of restaurant characteristics in terms of like their location, in terms of like their service type, like all of that is available in the data set. Getting a larger data set around kind of like what social media advertisements restaurants do or whether or not they have a website, I think would be a little bit more challenging. I think would require kind of like a large scale data gathering effort on our part, but definitely is something that we could think about. I guess the other question is kind of around what can restaurants do or what's the implication for like future restaurant behavior and supply side decisions. And I think that's maybe a little bit challenging from the, at least from the data patterns, right, to interpret causally. So we might find that restaurants that are in areas that have just higher levels of Chinese population are more likely to be located in maybe like California or New York, like, you know, those might be true within the data set, but might not be the most actionable. Similarly, at least knowing some, you know, kind of friends and family within the restaurant business, kind of like menu variety is already a function of kind of geographic location as well. So if you're, like Tia mentioned, you know, some Chinese restaurants exist in areas with, you know, kind of like a larger minority population, others do not. Those locations that are in kind of like a more heavily minority area might have larger menus, right? Whereas those in lower minority areas might have smaller menus. I'm not sure if we can necessarily interpret that as we should increase or decrease our menu size in order to better combat this. So I think maybe a little bit, I need to think about it a little bit more, but I think it's definitely an interesting path to explore.
Yeah, thank you. Because I can have some experience with the hospitality industry. So that's why when I was looking at your presentation, I keep thinking about these questions. But yeah, I know maybe this might not be like the ultimate goal of this research. And I think it's great that you take the first step to at least quantify this kind of effect. So thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Justin, can I give you a comment? Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
So, well, I am a Chinese immigrant. So just talking from my own experience, I think TI's comment about thinking whether that Chinese restaurant is mostly catered to the Chinese community or generally it's more like buffet type or kind of more like Americanized Chinese restaurant. I think that might be one way to really kind of clean up the mechanism, because just based on my observation during the early period pandemic, the Chinese community, because they know more news coming from Wuhan, they know how bad this could be, you know, before we have all this like medicine, you know, kind of vaccine available. It was really very scary. So basically among this group, because we know a lot, so I think generally we have a more kind of very cautious approach to this. So we stop eating out and then we wear masks, where most of the, you know, kind of people in the community still just say, well, it's just a flu. So I think this could be something saying that the main target audience of some of the very authentic Chinese restaurant, their main target audience, because this is a caution, extra caution they're taking, so they kind of stay away from eating out. So I think this could be one thing. I don't know whether you can easily distinguish whether it's like more like the mass audience or mass market type buffet versus some like a little bit higher scale, more authentic ethnic restaurant. I think TI gave some very good suggestion, whether the name can suggest something, or maybe the price, like a tier, buffet versus non-buffet type. Those might be, or like there's some like very cheap takeout place. I know that's more like kind of main market focus rather than just like ethnic group. So this could be something you can probably do with your current data, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely, would you say, so I'd mentioned that we had excluded the states with the highest kind of Chinese population or highest Asian population throughout the US. So I'd leave you with a lot of states that are more like, you know, you have your Arkansas of the world, your Wyomings, your Indianas, they generally don't tend to have a huge Asian American population, and it's very typical for the restaurants in those areas to be catering to a non-Asian audience. But you would suggest maybe something a little bit stronger than that?
Yeah, I was just thinking because I used to live in Indiana, for example, like if you live in Purdue, there are like maybe 10 Chinese restaurants, but 5 are more like buffet kind of type, everybody go, but the 5 are really catered to that, college town, you have Chinese population, faculty, students. So I don't know whether you have some like restaurant characteristics, you can just like pick on those, see whether there's some moderating effect for this.
Yeah, I think the TI's suggestion around kind of the degree of either authenticity or maybe like the ease of ethnic identification, I think would be a great one to construct.
Yeah.
And we've already been kind of doing some planning, at least around constructing something like that. And the question is, of course, can we do this in a scalable fashion, or will it be kind of like a large scale MTurk survey? So I think that would be one that would be best merged into both the broader data set to kind of get a little bit more at the mechanism, as well as, like you mentioned, kind of determine whether or not it is kind of like the local Asian population that's avoiding it versus is it these restaurants that are catered to more of like a broad audience that are seeing bigger drops in traffic. So I think that's a great idea. Absolutely great idea.
Yeah, that's why I suggested a spell check. Like if you do Thomas Halangtang, it's like 100% wrong. So,
that would be a very scalable one, very quick implementation. And we do already have the 2,000 or so restaurants that are labeled, but of course that's small relative to the entire data set. So the question is like, could we, for example, find a way to do maybe like a bag of words strategy or something like that, and see if some terms are kind of associated with a higher degree of mislabeling versus lower one, or some other kind of NLP type technique. Or even just like a quick pass. One of the other quick passes that we planned to do was just, does it have China, Chinese, Vietnam, Vietnamese, like does it just contain a country name as a first pass? So definitely, we'll definitely put that in for the next draft.
Very interesting research.
All right. I don't want to keep everyone too late. I know everyone, like TI said, has a lot of partying ahead of them. So don't want to get in the way of that. But thank you again. Thank you so much for all of your kind comments. And,
TI is talking about himself. So
partying, no, none of that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
All
Take care.
Bye.
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 Bye-bye.